There are a couple of differences that I'd like to go over this year, but this should be the standard format that you're seeing as we're going into session. The other document is the color document that you see here. It's about 32 pages. What this describes, and I'll talk about it in a little bit more detail in a moment, is every change the State Budget Committee made from the agency's requests. And so you can see it's going to say in this column, committee recommendations, action reversed. And that's just each one of the agency requests which were not adopted by the State Budget Committee. So moving to the state profile, state general fund profile, this includes actuals as for 24 and 25. It includes the State Budget Committee recommendation for 26 and 27. 28, 29, and 30 are estimates. We do not have consensus revenue estimates for those out years. KLRD uses their own internal estimates to produce those, just so that you have sort of a 5-year outlook on what the state general fund profile looks like over time. We obviously don't have approved budgets for those out years either. And so we just make some simple adjustments. So at the top, if you look at the beginning balance, okay, that is basically the ending balance from the previous fiscal year. So you see it's running from 2.4 billion to $1.9 billion. The consensus revenue estimates for FY26 and FY27, those are the actual CRE numbers. Okay, we do in this profile suspend certain statutory transfers that have been suspended for about 20 years. So by statute, those would have reinstated, and they are reflected in line 4 as being reinstated. But then we sort of back them back out because they're ones that have been suspended for a long time. And that gives you in line 7 your total available revenue. In line 11, you see actual expenditures or agency requests for FY26 in like line 11, okay, that is the agency requested budget, okay, for 26 and 27, okay. The line 11 for 26 excludes reappropriations. So you see reappropriations in the following line. That's the 517.3. So you just see those as two separate items. All right. And then, of course, you don't have to have the back out of the reappropriations in the following fiscal year since we're starting with the agency request as our starting point. And so you don't have to reverse out those numbers the way you've seen them in previous years. For lines 13 and 14, that's human services caseload estimates and school finance estimates. What we've looked at is historically we were adding about $115 million per year for human services caseloads. And the school finance estimates are that is the numbers that we have currently produced based upon certain reductions in transfers for capital improvements that are happening for school finance. Clearly, we do not have a school finance formula for some of those out years, so we're just projecting the current formula forward, and of course those numbers will get revisited as the school finance formula either gets reapproved or modified, however it's going to happen. In line 15, these are state budget committee adjustments. So the state budget committee over the summer deleted $521.6 million from 26 and $655.8 million from FY27. All right. The majority of the 26 reductions are the deletions of the reappropriations. So reappropriations were deleted with the exception of those reappropriations which were necessary for capital improvements or were necessary for caseloads implementation. And then there's some other supplementals which were also deleted, but those were relatively minor. And in FY27, the majority of the reductions are two things. The number one largest item is the deletion of enhancements, okay, to budgets, and second, any salary adjustments that were in there. And the enhancements were much larger than the number of salary adjustments, which are submitted as part of agency requests. This renders a total adjusted budget of $10.6 billion if you look at line 16, and then $10.4 billion, which is smaller than the 26. That's because of certain one-time projects that are sort of going away. And then going back to $10.6 billion in 28, 10.8, and $11.1 billion going forward. So you're seeing about a 2.2, 2.1% growth rate based purely on human services caseloads and school finance adjustments being built into that. And that gets you an ending balance of $2.5 billion, $2.3 billion, 2.1, 1.9, and 1.9. Obviously, that's positive. The numbers are large. I will caution the committee that these cuts are pretty aggressive. I would anticipate that a lot of these reappropriations are going to get revisited, and maybe the full deletion of all enhancement requests may get revisited. But the purpose stated by the State Budget Committee was to create a base budget for the committees, both the House Appropriations and Senate Ways and Means, to work from going forward, so you kind of knew where your floor was, okay, and this kind of creates a semi-floor. Of course, the committee does have the option of further cutting. Nonetheless, it does provide sort of a base budget to analyze from. I would note that in line 21 is a new box. Because we're starting with the agency request rather than the approved, we've added a box of this is the change from the 26 legislative approved, and that's without reappropriations. So you're seeing you're about $700,000 below in 26, about $235 million below it in 27, about $2.8 million below it, 215.1 and 434.8. So that just shows you that by 2030, you will be about $434.8 million above that budget. Annual budget will be about $434.8 million above what the legislature approved for the 26 fiscal year when they left. So, and then you have ending balance as a percent of expenditures. Of course, we always keep that because they have the 7.5% ending balance requirement. Then you see in line 23, this is receipts above or below expenditures. So even with this cut, this still is not 100% balanced. Expenditures do continue to exceed projected revenues. That said, with a much smaller gap, you're not seeing that ending balance being drawn down at the same rate. And if you look at line 25, we put this in blue because it is not part of any of the numbers you have seen above. That is the budget stabilization fund balance. We're looking at about $1.9 billion in 26, about 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.3 for the budget stabilization fund balance. These numbers are only growing by the amount of interest revenue which is projected to be deposited into this fund. The other mechanism by which Budget Stabilization Fund receives money is via transfers from excess receipts. Of course, we could not tell you if there were or were not going to be excess receipts in the upcoming fiscal year, so none of those are included. Also, I don't believe that particular transfer is written in via the appropriations bill. So it's not actually, it doesn't exist in underlying statute. So it's a choice by the legislature each year whether to extend that transfer language. I would stand for questions on the profile before I talk a little bit about the shorthand.
Questions? We'll go ahead and start with Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dylan, on 21, like the 700,000 on fiscal year 26. Now, is that including like maybe an increase in revenue that we would have had when we passed it, or is that just the expenditures?
That is just the expenditure.
Okay, that's just expenditures.
Yeah, so the revenues would be above, so it's not an ending balance, it's an expenditure comparison. And the reduction in projected expenditures is there's some baseline costs which actually went down a little bit. And so once you take away all of the supplementals and all of the reappropriations plus some of the some delays and stuff, that's where you end up at.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dylan, when you look at the State Budget Committee adjustments, is that that 521 million, 0.6, and then 27, is that 655.8? Is that over, is it and above the 521?
So I wouldn't describe it that way because we're really looking at two different fixed starting points because we're changing it to the agency request as being the starting point in line 11. It is two separate reductions, okay, but it doesn't double in the way that, say, when you look at line 13 for human services caseloads, and when you see it adds $115 million in 29, what you're really adding there is like $230 million because you add above the base. It doesn't really work the same way when your starting points are fixed. So they're kind of fixed at the agency request. So I wouldn't say that they're additive in that sense in both cases. So the majority of the adjustments in line 15 For FY26, that's reappropriations being deleted. And in FY27, the majority of that is enhancements. And theoretically, an enhancement should be an increase in the sort of a function or operations of a state agency is the way they define an enhancement. So that means that's above and beyond state-based operations for that agency.
Thank you. And then you have, on this profile for line 13 and line 14, there are no caseload estimate changes in 26 or 27?
Yes, ma'am. With your permission, Madam Chair. So since this starts with the agency request and then integrates the State Budget Committee adjustments, any human services caseload adjustments or school finance adjustments are built into that already. We thought about breaking those numbers out and showing you how much of the State Budget Committee adjustments are due to human services caseloads or school finance. We can still do that if you request it, but it's sort of you lose focus on that baseline number if you're having to sum everything up. But basically, this 521.6, because in FY26, the majority of those adjustments were negatives, okay, it's actually part of this $521.6 million cut that you're seeing here. There was cuts both for school finance and for human services against the estimates in the current fiscal year.
So that's in the 521.6?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Senator Close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dylan, can you just, do you know off the top of your head what that estimate would be for those two years?
I'll grab it for you in a second. It's a little over $100 million in education. I think it was like 60-some-odd million dollars for caseloads. But Stephen's probably looking it up as we speak, and so we'll let you know momentarily.
Okay, I do have a few questions. I'm going to follow up on that. And I missed what you said. It's $100 million reduction in caseloads for K-12 or $100 million in an increase total?
Decrease.
Decrease.
It's based upon the projected number of students. last year.
Enrollment.
Yeah, enrollment. Decreases.
Enrollment. So that's a pretty significant amount of an enrollment decrease because the average rolling 3-year % increase, do you know what that would be?
I would have to go either pull up Jennifer Light, who is our education analyst, or go grab our education memorandum. We did present previously on the education memorandum for the education caseload update, but it's actually a combination of enrollment decrease and also weightings are also going down. So it's the two of those working together that are driving down that estimate.
Okay, great. And then just for clarification, so when we look at the receipts above or below the expenditures, we see in 2026 that we're 401 million. We're spending more than we're bringing in, but that's taking into consideration if we didn't reappropriate any of those reappropriations of 521, is that correct?
That is correct, because those reappropriations are backed out in line 15. Well, the
So-
majority of them are backed out.
So basically, if we were to reappropriate those and give those funds back, we're talking about $900 million worth of expenditures above what we brought in.
Right. If we were to consider the entire 521.6 to be reappropriations, I would probably put it closer to $650 to $700 million, just because there is also the reductions because of human services caseloads and school finance that are built
Sure.
into the 521.6.
Okay, good point. So then when we look at 2027, then if we were just to make the assumption that on those enhancements and salaries that we even gave half of that, so let's say 350, to be generous, $350 million, then we would have to add that right now on your estimates to line 23 to see how much over we are spending than we are actually bringing
Gets you
in.
close to $600 million, you would be. So if you had $350 million in additional spending, we're currently receipts above or below 261.6, so, yeah.
So definitely not a really good trend or good look for the legislature to bring in more money than we are bringing in, or spending more money than we're bringing in. Okay, any other questions? I think we're ready for the next
Right. And once again, I would
document.
note that the idea behind this profile is kind of, so both House Appropriations and Senate Ways and Means will have a base, so they kind of know each time you add money or delete money, where you are overall against the long-term profile. Just to provide, and I'm not going to go over this in detail, it's 32 pages, but this is each different adjustment. Historically, what we referred to this as the shorthand document. It looks a little bit different this year because we're restructuring our back-end database. But it starts off with Ag and Natural Resources. It's sorted by function. Then you're going to go to Education, then Gen.gov, and then Human Services and Public Safety. And it will show by agency, by function, and then by agency, each different item that the agency requested and the State Budget Committee has currently drawn out of the budget. And of course, these items will be presented both to Senate subcommittees, policy committees, and House Budget Committees over the next month and a half in order to be able to reconsider the actions taken by the State Budget Committee and decide what they would or would not want to reinstate. You can see at the very end, you can see the sum total of the reductions. Sorry, they kind of pulled onto 2 pages, page 30 and 31. In 26, you're looking at about 556.5, and in 27, you're looking at a deletion of about $601 million is what it sums to. Unfortunately, I can't demonstrate it for today, but sometime during the first week of session, this similar data is going to be available on our website. There's also going to be a graph which will show it live the amount of the House Appropriations Committee approved spend and the amount of the Senate Ways and Means Committee approved spend. So if you kind of like curious where you are year to date at 8 o'clock at night, go to our website, click on it, it'll have a little date on there, and it'll tell you where we're at year to date. But I'll show you that probably during the first week of session. We're just ironing out some final bugs before we present it.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Excited for all the updates to the KLRD website to make the functionality and usage even better for us in real time. Any last questions on this document? All right, we'll save them for later. Thank you. Next on our agenda, we have the digital license plate production costs with the Department of Revenue. Welcome.
And members of the committee, my name is Mark Burkhart, Secretary of Revenue. I have with me today our Director of Vehicles, Deanne Williams, and our Chief Financial Officer, Mavis Cockrell, who will hopefully give me some help if we get into extremely technical questions. So my short presentation today is just to sort of explain where we stand with our costs for license plates. Keep in mind that when someone goes into the treasurer's office and orders a plate, the cost of producing that plate is not paid by that individual. The state of Kansas, and in particular the Department of Revenue, pays for the production and mailing of that plate. The actual production costs for a license plate is, as of yesterday, $5.17 to actually produce the plate. And the plate is produced by a company in Wichita by the name of Center Industries. And the department's contracted with Centers since 1975. And we use Centers. Actually, it's a statutory mandate. It's a operation that supports physically challenged individuals. So we contract with Centers to produce the plate and also mail it. So the production cost is $5.17, and the mailing cost average is $4.92. Mailing cost changes a little bit depending upon the zip code where the plate is being mailed. So that's the individual costs that are paid by the Department of Revenue. The department receives nothing from the transaction that takes place in the Shawnee County or the county treasurer's offices. You should have handed out to you a schedule, and this will give you an idea of what the total costs have been for license plates over the last several fiscal years. And it starts out with fiscal year 23. And if you look in the far right-hand column, you can see the total costs of $4.575 million. You drop down to fiscal year 24, it jumps both in that year and the following fiscal year 25. That is due in large part to the legislature's funding of a major standard plate replacement that began in fiscal year 24 and carried into fiscal year 25. That was funded with, I believe it was 9.8 million of ARPA funds. So those kind of stand out, but then we get down to fiscal year 26 and halfway through, you can kind of see costs so far are $3,447,000. The reason that costs have gone up in this fiscal year and really towards the end of last fiscal year, if you look at fiscal year 23, you can see, I think in the fourth column over, when it talks about quantity of plates, you're averaging roughly 40,000 plates a month. So that's what the department has used as the basis for setting its budget, sort of the historical numbers. But if you drop down to the period after the major plate replacement, so you're looking at March, April of fiscal year 25, you'll notice that even after that major plate replacement project was completed, the plate count didn't drop back down to its historical numbers, 40,000. There's roughly a 45 to 50% increase in the number of plates that are being requested. And of course, our budget was used or set using historical numbers. The plate production costs are funded by state highway fund dollars, and our transfers to the Department of Revenue from the state highway fund have really been pretty flat for the last 5 or 6 years. And so the problem we run into is we have higher production, and there are a number of reasons we think why there's a higher production, but our transfers from the highway fund have stayed relatively flat. So hopefully that gives you a sense of why we are where we are and what the total costs are to the state of Kansas for these plates. And even taking into account these higher than normal requests for plates, the costs have gone up as well, not dramatically, but they will go up over time. So I hope that gives you the information you need. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Committee, any questions for the Secretary? Senator Petty.
Thank you, and looking at these numbers, so, it does appear that, as I guess traditionally you do see a drop in November and December, but so you're looking at the fact that it appears that instead of the average being, or instead of, I guess you'd say almost like an average, being in the 45,000, it's now become in the 60s to 65,000. Would that be correct?
That is correct. And the reason that November and December have lower numbers is the fact that it's individuals going into the treasurer's office with a last name beginning with X, Y, and Z, which is a lower number. So.
Okay, thank you.
Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so you're asking for 4 million more. How much is the total amount that we do right now?
I might, Mavis, would you have that information?
How much do you get from the highway
You'll
fund
come
right
to the
now?
microphone. That'll be helpful for those that are viewing.
The transfers
Online.
from the highway fund, total transfers from the highway fund, not necessarily just for plates, but is a little over 60 million.
Yeah, just how much for the plates?
We don't have that available
Okay.
today, but we will provide that to
Yeah,
the
if you could
committee.
provide that. So what are I know when we talked about this, and, well, this has been a month or so ago, you said it was because, well, I think you said costs of production, but are people buying more cars? Are they changing the names? What's the reasons you think that?
I think there are a number of reasons. One is the proliferation of new license plate designs that are available. And we are seeing an increase, and I'm one of them, where you can go into the treasurer's office and replace your existing plate for a new plate, and maybe it's personalized, and you pay $2 to do that, which goes to the state highway fund, but the Department of Revenue picks up the tab for $10.10 for that plate.
Okay, so the $2 that for the vanity plates goes to the highway fund. What is that supposed to be paying for in the highway fund?
The $2 is for just going in and getting a plate replacement, if you will. So
Okay.
it's not limited to the vanity.
I thought that you had to pay extra to get a vanity plate.
You do.
Okay, so how much is that and where does that go?
Deanne, you have the,
Oh, yeah, that's good. Right, so personalized too, yeah. So, well, let me clarify. So we have, what, three different types of plates, really? Because we have the standard, we have the vanity plate, and then we have the personalized plate, right? Kind of three different categories. Yeah, it
we're
might
going to
be
have our
best
Director of
if,
Vehicles. Deanne has an extensive history with the department
yes.
in this area.
Sorry to make you get up.
Oh, that's okay. Deanne Williams, Director of Vehicles. We do have, we have our personalized plates, which a few years ago, we can personalize anything now. And then we have our, the plates that we, well, like the ag in the classroom and other plates, they can be personalized or they can just be regular, go through our numbering system. And then we have just our plain to the stars plate, and then we do have our specialty personalized plate. And we just went through personalized reissue just this last year. And we do that every 5 years.
So are all the plates, basically all the plates now, not stamped? We have all of them replaced, all the stamped ones replaced?
Yes.
Okay.
We've gone through that process, and they're all digital now.
Okay, so I guess my question is, I think that most of us thought, as we did these, especially what I would call the vanity plates, the ag and classroom, the K-State, KU, all the, those were basically being paid for by the person that wanted to get them. I know there's a certain amount that, like, I think K-State, you have to pay $50, or I'm not, there's certain ones you have to pay a certain amount, but I always thought as we passed those, that the cost to actually put them on your vehicle was being borne by the person doing it, and that's not the case.
That is not the case, no.
Okay.
You have a royalty fee that you have to pay each year to those special organizations.
Right.
And they have, usually, there's a special application fee when you first get that plate. And all of that goes to those other agencies, or those other groups, the special groups. They do not go to Department of Revenue.
Okay, so once you pay the first time to get the plate, if you go to get another plate, you're a different one, you're going to pay that again, right?
Correct.
So in some ways, how much is that cost then?
It would be the same. So let's just look at, like ag in the classroom, you have a special application fee of $40, and then there's a royalty fee of $40. And so you're going to pay that each and every time you go in if you get a new plate. If you just do your annual plate, keep that plate, then you're going to pay the royalty fee each year.
Okay, yeah, and so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if that is the case, if you're paying $40 or $50 to get one of those plates, once you get it, I can understand the next year you're not going to pay, you shouldn't have to pay that. But $40 should cover that cost of that plate.
It does, but it goes back to that agency, or I mean that group, that special group.
No, I
It
thought
doesn't-
you said that there's a royalty and a cost,
And the application.
and the application
that
fee.
goes
But the
to
application goes to them also.
Yes.
Oh, I got you. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, well, I'm starting to understand a little bit more what the issue is on this, and I think we need to kind of look at it maybe a little bit more, Madam Chair, whether or not, if people want to continue to put on these plates, I think there should be a cost to them a little bit. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I actually do agree. I'm actually wondering why the Department of Revenue hasn't recommended to the legislature that they pass along those personalized fees, such as postage, because they're having to update it. I just don't really agree that those individuals that get regular plates numbered the same way should have to pay for somebody else's plate that wants something personalized, as well as any additional printing costs that they wouldn't have encountered had they had a original plate. So I'm just, with the request of an increase, did you discuss requesting that those fees for personalized be passed on to the actual user?
We've talked about that many times, yes.
And were you going to make a recommendation for that?
I don't believe we are.
So you'd rather,
That back to you.
okay.
As you're aware, there is resistance to raising fees. And I think you've probably seen this most recently over the last couple of years. We're just attempting to raise fees in a way to help local treasurers and their funding. And there's just not been support for raising fees. But you're exactly right. In theory, somebody could come in every other month and get a new plate, and we'd be paying for the cost of that plate, and they'd pay $2 to get a different plate unless it was a specialty plate. So, yeah, and quite honestly, I looked and we examined whether there was any sort of administrative opportunity there to recover these costs, and there isn't. It needs to be statutory.
So I would make a request that you provide back to Appropriation and Ways and Means the amount of additional cost that the entire taxpayer base is paying for those personalized and vanity plates that relate to postage and relate to the production, not relating to, of course, what is given to those organizations that benefit. Once you do that, then we can make a decision. I think the conservative viewpoint is not passing on somebody else's cost to somebody else that doesn't have that cost. So there's a difference between increasing fees across the broad spectrum and raising fees for those that are choosing for that embellishment or extra, plate design. So that's, I think that, would that, okay, perfect. Would you be able to have that for us the first week of session so we can take a look at that? Looks like a great proviso on both sides.
I believe we could have that for the committee.
Senator Kluse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and excuse my voice, a little rough today, but, and I would just go on the back of what Representative Hoffman said. I wasn't aware of all that either. and even sitting on transportation going through this, I think having a good synopsis of kind of what we just heard put together would help other legislators as well. And I agree with the statements Chairwoman just shared. I think if we had that understanding, the outcome would be different. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Secretary, something that I just heard you say was the fact that, I'll use myself as an example. Okay, I have a plate on my car, and I have a standard plate, and I can come in next month, and I can request a specialty plate. And so with the specialty plate, let's say it's KU specialty plate, then those fees that are attached to it go to whatever the alumni association or whatever it's, and those go to the alumni association. But so what I was hearing is that someone could hypothetically be requesting a plate a couple of times a year, several times a year. I'm just wondering, have you ever thought about if I already have a plate and I'm requesting another plate within that same year, then there's an administrative fee added on for?
Yes, we have thought of that, but again, there's no administrative authority to do that, to impose a fee like that. It needs to be statutory.
Thank you. So as you're providing this other information, if you have that within your database of the number of Kansans that request multiple plates in the same year, I think that would be another possibility to look at. I mean, that's not unlike anything else where if you're going to get it more than once, you might have to pay a fee for having to have it again in the same year. So is that possible?
I think so, yes.
Okay, thank you.
During our review of our budget, the concept of trying to suspend the ability to just go in and get a new plate because you want the new design or whatever, suspend that for a period of time so that it doesn't do further damage to the budget, but concluded there's not administrative authority there for that.
So you're saying you don't have the authority to just suspend issuing me 3 plates in the same year?
Right.
Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up what another ask, I guess. So the first part of, was it last year, when the new plates came out, there was a period of time there, H's, I was one of them. I have the old blue style plate. It's digital plate, but I have the old blue style plate. I'm not sure, it was probably later in September, October when the new To the Stars plate came out. So do you have, and it may be a moot point because probably people have changed by now, but do you know how many people, when the new plate came out, just went in and said, hey, I want a new To the Stars plate, and it's standard, and it's not it wasn't a specialized?
Right. Can we do a query and get that?
A lot.
We can gather that information, but you're exactly right.
Oh.
And we took that into account to try to explain this increase in the demand.
Okay, but, so the reason I asked that is theoretically, though, they're probably not going to go back and ask for another plate now. I mean, are we maybe going to see this even out just a little bit?
We were hoping that we would start seeing a decline.
Okay.
And we may get a better idea the first 2 or 3 months, 4 months of 2026, if that's going to play out.
Okay. Yeah, I guess because you'd have to be almost till June, wouldn't it? As people come in well, that'd be longer than that if somebody comes in and wants to just renew on their renew date and get a new tag. Then it would be until September? Is that when the new one started being put in place?
It was in that time frame.
Okay. All right, well, that'd be interesting to know. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cluse.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I was trying to get through this packet here. What was the request again? Was it 2 million or did you say 4 million? And that's primarily for that gap in the production? Page 14. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you.
Any other further questions? All right, see none. All right, thank you for being here today. Next, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the review of the disaster funding. So I'd ask that Lieutenant Colonel Keith Marshall, the Chief of Government and Legislative Affairs with the Adjutant General's Department. Welcome to committee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for having me this morning. I am Lieutenant Colonel Keith Marshall, the Legislative Liaison for the Adjutant General's Department. I'm here on behalf of Major General Michael Venerti, Brigadier General Paul Schneider, and Miss Angie Morgan, who is our Deputy Director for Emergency Management. They all send their regrets that they're not able to join us here this morning. I do have our agency comptroller here in case the questions get out of my depth. I want to begin with 2 important points. One is that we fully support the governor's budget request that will be unveiled next week. We're not asking for anything outside of the governor's budget request. And then 2, Kansas depends on a small team to do big things. We run one of the leanest, most cost-effective emergency management and military readiness operations in the country, and we do that with minimal state resources, and I'll get into what that looks like. So this morning I'm going to walk through 5 different talking points. 1, how federal disaster funding actually works. 2, how those dollars flow through Kansas. 3, the role of non-governmental organizations in that process. 4, what happened with the Emergency Management Performance Grant. And then 5, how that all involves our department staffing and resourcing. So first, how a federal disaster actually works. When a disaster hits, whether it be flooding, tornadoes, wildfires, winter storms, anything else, the process begins at the local level. And I can't stress that enough. Cities and counties are the first responders. Nothing happens above their level until they request it. So they activate their emergency operations centers, they deploy their resources, they document damages. They have to demonstrate that their own capabilities are insufficient before they request additional resources at the state or federal level. Once local resources are overwhelmed, then counties can formally request support from KDEM. At that point, KDEM coordinates state resources, deploys our assets, and begins collecting statewide impact information. So the most critical step in this process is called the Joint Preliminary Damage Assessment, or the PDA. The PDA is where KDEM and FEMA work side by side to validate the damages from the disaster. And FEMA cannot recommend a federal disaster declaration without those verified damages. KDEM is the entity that makes that verification possible. So FEMA uses a formula to determine the disaster declaration ability. So statewide per capita thresholds, county level impacts, critical infrastructure damage, and disproportionate effects on rural or vulnerable communities. So if those thresholds come together and they're met, then KDEM drafts a governor's request for a major disaster declaration. That request has to include verified damages, action taken by the state, impacts on individuals and infrastructure, and certification that the disaster exceeds state and local capabilities. So once FEMA receives that, they review the data, they may request additional information from us, and ultimately the FEMA administrator makes a recommendation to the president. Under the Stafford Act, only the president can approve or deny a major disaster declaration. And then only after that disaster declaration does federal funding become available to the states and the local recipients. So it's a very rigorous, legally defined process, and Kansas cannot access a single dollar of federal funds without KDEM doing that exhaustive work to validate, document, and justify the request. So now we have a declared disaster. How does the funding actually flow from this point? Once a declaration is approved, KDEM becomes the official recipient of all FEMA assistance for the state. Every eligible applicant, counties, cities, state agencies, and non-governmental organizations have to submit a request for public assistance. So FEMA assigns a program delivery manager, and then we work with FEMA to do exploratory calls and scoping meetings with various stakeholders. So applicants for this relief have to build a damage inventory, photos, invoices, contracts, insurance information, and descriptions of work that needs to be performed. So FEMA determines the eligibility based on all that. KDEM ensures compliance with state contracting, with procurement, and environmental requirements. So every federal dollar that comes into Kansas after a disaster flows through KDEM, and every one of those dollars must be accounted for, audited, and compliant. Public assistance is a reimbursement program, so applicants have to incur the cost first, and then they submit their documentation to KDEM for reimbursement. So KDEM reviews every timesheet, every contract, every receipt. They conduct final eligibility checks, and then they obligate the funds to the state. And then KDEM reimburses the applicant for that. So after all the work is complete, the projects enter a closeout period. Applicants have to retain their records for audit purposes. FEMA can recoup funds if the federal rules were not followed. So that's why our funding and our staffing levels at the state matter. We have to ensure compliance, and we have to ensure that everything complies with the federal rules and regulations, or we increase the risk of losing those federal dollars that come into the state. Now, non-governmental organizations, there's two different categories of these that I want to address this morning. First are called volunteer organizations active in disasters. These are the boots on the ground partners that we have that show up immediately and help us in the relief and recovery functions. Think of the Red Cross, Salvation Army, United Way, the religious organizations, Habitat for Humanity, those groups. So they are the backbone of disaster relief alongside of us. And they do that with $0 from the state or KDEM. They do that with their own volunteers, their own donations, and their own organizational resources. So that's not what state dollars are going to. The second group are those non-governmental organizations who are actually impacted by a disaster. So for example, whether it's a tornado, an ice storm, wind damage that impacts a utility cooperative, that's fairly frequent in Kansas. They are eligible to receive public assistance from FEMA. So that's how the non-governmental organizations factor into the recipient process. Those fall into two categories: critical services and non-critical but essential services. Critical services are things like utilities, water systems, wastewater. Non-critical but essential services are community centers, senior centers, homeless shelters, daycare facilities. Critical service providers can apply directly to FEMA for public assistance. Non-critical providers have to first seek a small business association disaster loan. If the loan doesn't cover the full cost, then FEMA can fill in the gap. So that kind of leads to a common question: if these organizations have insurance, why do they need FEMA disaster relief? And the answer is because insurance is the first line of defense, but it's rarely enough. FEMA public assistance is the backstop that really makes that recovery possible. High deductibles, underinsurance, gaps in insurance coverage are pretty common, and FEMA fills that gap, but only for costs that are not covered already by insurance. Duplication of benefits is prohibited by federal law. And then finally, I want to address the Emergency Management Performance Grant. So this is a grant through Department of Homeland Security, Federal Emergency Management Agency, that pays for a significant amount of KDEM's operating funds and staffing salaries. So there was a one-time gap in funding for this. This is not a permanent change to the program. It's not a permanent reduction in federal support. Historically, KDEM budgets on the federal fiscal year that begins October 1st. So the notice of funding opportunity for this grant indicated the performance period would begin October 1st, 2024. However, when the final award was received, the change of the performance period was changed to October 1st, 2025. So we essentially lost an entire year of the grant from October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025 that we were expecting to have to reimburse for operational expenses and salaries for KDEM. So essentially, that removed a full year of funding for KDEM operations for that grant. And KDEM isn't alone. Counties and cities also rely on the Emergency Management Performance Grant for pass-through dollars. So it comes to KDEM, and then we pass it through to the counties, and then counties provide matching funds for it. They also use this for operating expenses and for salaries. So our enhancement request was a $5 million, roughly $5 million request to cover this one-year gap in the Emergency Management Performance Grant. This also kind of happened late in the budgeting process this fall, so and it was a surprise to us. We did not anticipate losing that year of funding. So since we found out that we lost that year, we've been doing everything we possibly can to internally absorb the impact before we ask the state to fill that gap. So we're going through looking at non-essential expenditures, realigning internal budgets, identifying what cost-saving measures that we can before we come to the legislature with an exact dollar amount. So as we refine that $5 million mark, we expect to communicate with the legislature this session on what it is we actually need, but we hope it's lower than that $5 million mark. It's not just Kansas that's impacted by this, it's all the states. So 12 states in total now have filed a lawsuit against DHS and FEMA over the changes to that grant program. Kansas is not a party to that lawsuit, but we are experiencing the same operational impacts as the rest of the states. And then I'm going to address staffing really quickly. So our department has about 7,000 people in it. Out of those 7,000, only 34 employees are fully funded by SGF. So very lean federal funding model for us, state funding model for us, 91 positions are a federal state match, and the federal government covers the overwhelming majority of those funds. So the remaining positions are 100% federally funded. KDEM staffing specifically, we have data on every state's emergency management function. Two things stand out. Only 7 states have a smaller budget than Kansas for their emergency management organizations, and only 12 states have fewer FTEs than Kansas for their emergency management. Yet many of those states face far fewer disaster events, have smaller geographic areas or populations, have less complex hazard profiles than Kansas. Us, by contrast, we manage a large and diverse landscape with frequent high-impact incidents that demand rapid coordination, technical expertise, and sustained recovery operations. The bottom line is we really deliver more with less than most of the states around. And then I know in the interim there were some questions about our FTE growth as an agency. So since 2018, we grew from 255 to 299 FTEs. That growth is attributed to converting contractors to state employees. So it wasn't really a growth in the bottom line of how many people we have working for us. It was contractors changing to state employees. 28 star-based instructors and 16 employees of the Kansas Regional Training Institute changed from contractors to state employees. Most notably, though, all 44 of those positions are 100% federally funded and do not draw from SGF. So any cuts to state-funded positions for us would really increase a lot of risk. It would undermine our ability to procure and manage federal dollars. It would increase the risk of federal recoupment, reduce our support to our local emergency management partners. It would harm the National Guard readiness and emergency response readiness, and jeopardize funding that multiplies our state's investment with the federal dollars that are flowing in. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I thank you for your time, the ability to come before you this morning and talk about disaster relief for our state. As an agency, we're committed to transparency, to fiscal responsibility, and to working with you to deliver the highest possible value for the state of Kansas. Thank you for the opportunity, and I'm available for questions.
All right, thank you, Colonel Marshall. So the first question that I have, and I believe I know the answer to this, but if there is any federal aid, there's a threshold that has to be met. Is that 1.4 million in damages?
So it's not a dollar menu. It's more of a formula that factors in other things as well. So what the damage is to, if it's to critical infrastructure, then it counts for more. If it significantly impacts rural or underserved populations, it accounts for more. So it's not purely based on the dollar amount. It's a formula that we have to demonstrate.
Well, the reason why I asked that is because about 5 years ago, there was massive flooding in a small town that's in my district of Natoma.
Okay.
And they weren't able to meet the threat. They said they couldn't meet the threshold for federal assistance.
Okay.
And, I mean, you're talking about a town of 200 people. So if you had the rural calculation, they should have fallen into that for some type of assistance.
I'll have to look into it, sir. I'm not familiar with that specific incident, but I can find out for you.
Okay, if you could. And then another question that I have is, obviously 4 years ago, in the same area, we had the four-county fire. And just this last December, which actually was very close to my house, only like a mile and a half away, we had another fire that burned about 2,000 acres, just primarily in Russell County.
Okay.
But and when they were aiding those fires, there were fire trucks damaged. In fact, one of them was wrecked. A sheriff's vehicle ran into a fire truck and totaled that vehicle out. Is there any assistance that could be, because we had fire departments not only from Russell County, but Ellsworth, Barton, Osborne, they all came to assist in the fire as well. I don't think Lincoln County is as well. So, and the fire truck that was heavily damaged was an Ellsworth County fire truck.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if there's any assistance that we can given to the local volunteer fire departments that helped assist in that fire.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I'm not familiar with the individual incident, but I will definitely look into it and get you an answer on that.
Okay, all right, thank you. The next question I have is, when you had submitted, or the Adjutant General had submitted the budget for fiscal year 2027, there was a reference in there that possibly FEMA funding will be going away?
So,
Was it
Mr. Chairman,
anticipation?
there's a lot of upheaval right now at the federal level with respect to what's going to happen with FEMA. The federal government is doing a study called the FEMA Review Council. They concluded their work, and then they have not fully adopted the findings of that group because there's still disagreement about what the future of FEMA is going to be. There's a lot of different ideas on whether FEMA should be eliminated completely, whether it should be reorganized outside of Homeland Security. We don't have a lot of clarity on what that looks like. Statements from the President and the Homeland Security Secretary have said that they want to shift more of the cost and burden responsibility to the state level, though. We have not seen that happen yet, other than the changes to the Emergency Management Performance Grant Program, but we're just waiting to see what is going to be the final result of that FEMA study.
Now, does that include funding?
It does. Yes, sir.
So the comment that I made when we had the special committee on budget was, okay, we have disasters in the state of Kansas. Like I just mentioned, the wildfires. We also have flooding, tornadoes, whatever the case may be. But like in the state of Florida, where you have hurricanes, I mean, the extent of damage that a hurricane can cause is in the billions of dollars. How could the state of Florida absorb that?
Those are the questions that are being asked by the states of the federal government and the questions that they're considering as they do this study. There's discussion of, instead of a reimbursement grant program, that block grants may be a solution where they give the states a block grant of money, things like that. So again, those are the points that we are making, that the states don't have the capability to make up for that. We have disasters here that impact things like utilities in the tens of millions of dollars or even hundreds of millions of dollars. So that would quickly exceed the ability of Kansas to respond to it as well. So we're making our case to the federal government, but it remains to be seen what they decide to do.
Yeah, and like the example for the state of Kansas, if we had another Greensburg or the tornado that hit Andover back in the 90s, I mean, we would, if the state was responsible for all of the disaster effort, I mean, that would completely, I don't know how we would do it, is basically what I'm saying.
But we agree, Mr. Chairman. I don't know how we would do it either. So that's why we're really trying to communicate with the federal authorities and make sure they're taking into consideration what the impact of their decisions is on the states.
All right, thank you. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so you are saying that you have an enhancement request of $5 million for this gap.
Roughly $5 million, yes.
Okay, so what did the federal government provide in performance grants for 2024 and 2025?
So in 2024, there was no funding for it. That was the year that is the full gap.
Okay, so prior to that?
Prior to that, it's roughly $5 million. I would have to go back and look at exactly what the year-to-year costs are, but it's roughly a $5 million annual grant for us.
If you would double check, because the sources I'm looking at show about 4 million.
Okay.
So if you could just double check that. Also, you're describing it as a gap. does that mean that that period of time will not, that those funds will not be added to additional funding for future years?
So the cut is only for that 1 year. It's a reimbursement mechanism, so essentially we've already spent that money and we were counting on the grant to reimburse that money. There's no indication that there will be any further interruptions in future years or current years, so we don't anticipate any further specific cuts like that.
So really, it's not, it is actually a cut. It's not just a lapse or a delay. Because if it's a delay, then they would provide that additional reimbursement in the following year.
Correct.
In addition to your,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, this is money that we will not receive.
And my last
from the federal
question
government.
is, when Kansas applied for the grants, did we include accurate documentation of populations? I know that the federal government said, well, let's give us some immigration numbers. However, court said, no, you do not have to have that. For Kansas's application, did we fully comply with all of the things that the federal government was asking for so that we could receive the maximum award? Or did we receive notification that we had not fully complied and some of our population numbers weren't particularly accurate?
Yes, ma'am. So the new requirement is to provide population data without undocumented individuals counted in that. The problem is the formula for providing population information is set by state law, and we have to follow this, and there's no data available to us what the new number would be. So there are no states that have provided, to my understanding, there are no states that have provided population data. That's also subject of lawsuits and injunctions against DHS and FEMA. So we have not provided that updated population information because the data is not available to us, and there's no clear answer on how they want us to source that data. We've asked those questions of FEMA, and they have not responded on how we find that data yet.
Mr. Chair, just one last question.
You may.
Okay, and so just to follow up on that, you have been in conversations with FEMA and your applications have not been delayed and grant money has not been delayed because of anything that Kansas has not provided.
To my awareness, the grants have not been delayed due to not providing population information to us. We have, to my understanding, received everything that we've applied for and anticipated, other than that 1 year change in performance period for the Emergency Management Performance Grant. I will get clarification, though, to make sure that that is accurate.
And Mr. Chair, just for our committee's future reference, it might be good just on this general topic when we consider SNAP and when we consider this or any formula grant from the federal government for us to have an understanding of undocumented workers or undocumented individuals in Kansas so we can understand where our benefits are moving from. So I don't know how, but I'll leave that question with our team to help us through that. Thank you.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you've probably already answered this, but so you didn't get the reimbursement, the funding in 2024. I'm trying to understand why you anticipate you're going to get it in 2025 with the changes that are going on at the federal level.
It's already been, excuse me, Senator, it's already been awarded in 2025. So the performance period was initially for 3 years, 2024, 2025, and 2026. What they did was they cut out the back end of that in 2024.
So it's already been awarded then for 2025.
Correct.
Do you have it?
We do, yes.
Oh,
Yes, so
okay.
that's not an issue, Senator.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Makes me feel a lot better that you say you haven't.
Correct.
Not that it's just been awarded. So this, then we're talking about the reimbursement that you did not receive in '24.
Correct.
Or had anticipated but did not receive. And that's where that 5 million is
Yes, Senator.
filling in that gap.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wanting to go back to the preliminary damage assessment. When you go out to do that, Now, does that take into account just infrastructure and all that? That doesn't, it doesn't take into account individual homesteads, places like, things like that? If it's like a tornado, how does that work?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So mainly what I'm talking about is public assistance, so to public entities and the non-governmental organizations. That's kind of a different program called individual assistance. That's not one of the things that I prepared for this morning, but I can get you information on that.
Okay, so, but that is also, can the two go together in order to have a declaration? Or does the?
They can. I will get you information on
Okay,
exactly how
that'd be great if you
how
could
that
do
plays
that.
together.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other further questions for the Colonel? All right, seeing none,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you for being here. And if you could follow up on those two items that I mentioned before. All right, thank you. Next, we're going to have an update on the sales taxes revenue or STAR bonds program. And so I would invite Rachel Willis, the Director of Legislative Affairs with the Kansas Department of Commerce. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. Rachel Willis with the Department of Commerce. We appreciate this opportunity to provide you with an update regarding the STAR Bonds program. Overall, the program is booming, and the agency is excited for the success of the current districts and the opportunities that the new districts could bring to the state. So the Sales Tax and Revenue, or STAR Bond Act, was established in 1999. The STAR bonds are a financing tool that allows Kansas municipalities to issue bonds to finance the development of major commercial, entertainment, and tourism projects. The bonds are paid off through the new sales tax revenue generated by the attraction and surrounding development. The intent is to increase regional and out-of-state tourism, increase economic activity in the state, and improve the quality of life. Currently, there are 17 projects at various stages of completion and repayment throughout the state. As you know, we have worked together with you all to improve and fine-tune the program over the years. Changes were made in 2021 and are described at the bottom of my testimony on page 1. Then over the most recent last couple of years, we've done a variety of more minor changes to the program, and those are described at the top of page 2. Specifically, during the 2024 special session, the STAR Bonds tool was expanded to recruit professional sports teams. These modifications were necessary to better support the size of professional sports complex projects. As you are aware of, on December 22nd, the Legislative Coordinating Council unanimously approved an agreement with the Kansas City Chiefs to build a domed stadium and mixed-use entertainment districts, as well as a new team headquarters, training facility, and mixed-use development. The agreement includes 2 distinct parts. One, a $3 billion stadium in Wyandotte County, which will be open the start of the 2031 NFL season. 2, a new Chiefs headquarters and training facility in the city of Olathe in Johnson County. Again, both sites will have mixed-use development that will include sports, entertainment, dining, shopping, offices, hotel, and residential projects. Besides those, our current 17 STAR Bond projects have spurred economic activity in each of the regions, created jobs, and increased tourism. Recent grand openings were held at 2 STAR Bonds locations, including the Homefield Outdoor in Wyandotte County here just in the fall of 2025, and Blue Hawk in Overland Park in December of 2024. The Village West District has been the most successful project to date. Village West now provides over $40 million in sales tax to the state general fund and has created several $1 billion of private investment and created tens of thousands of jobs. Moving on to potential projects. So during 2025, the agency engaged in 15 visitation and feasibility studies for potential new STAR Bond projects. These projects are all based on tourism-related activities and attractions and will improve the quality of life in Kansas. Together, they have the potential to invest several billions of dollars of capital investment and, again, are located across the state. Below on page 3, you'll find details regarding these potential STAR Bond projects. We've specifically highlighted some in rural areas. So for example, Colby has established a STAR Bonds district. It'll include a multi-purpose arena and equestrian center. It'll also include an amusement center feature and plans for a wind, weather, tornado exhibit, as well as an RV park and a farming pavilion and agricultural center. Another good example is Great Bend. Great Bend has established a Star Bonds district, and this would potentially include improvements to their drag strip, which would increase seating, a livestock arena, a banquet hall, and 4 multi-purpose courts for sporting events, a small amphitheater, and other improvements to an existing rodeo grounds. Another one is Hutchinson. Hutchinson has an established Star Bonds district. This project would include improvements to the Cosmosphere, Landmark Apartments, and Memorial Hall. Lastly, there are an additional 7 potential projects that have not established districts, but we're working with those community teams to engage in visitation studies and to guide those projects throughout the process. Lastly, we did receive 2 applications, one from Leavenworth and one from Salina, for the Star Bonds Mall projects, a new provision that was put in just last session. So we'll continue to work with those developers and communities to finalize their plans. And as you are aware, currently there's a bill, so it's a sub-bill for Senate Bill 197 that would extend the sunset of the overall Star Bonds project. It would do some other fine tweaking and improvements to the program, and we will work diligently to see that across the finish line this session. On pages 5 through 8 in my testimony, you'll find our 2024 Star Bonds districts numbers. So you're going to see those bond details as well as visitation numbers. We are working with the cities to collect their 2025 information, and we will report that in our annual report that will be released later this month, first part of February. So happy to answer any questions.
All right, and thank you, Rachel, for being here. And obviously, I think all of us have experienced, especially since the announcement on December 22nd, there's been a lot of exposure to Star Bonds with the general public. So could you elaborate on how a Star Bond district works?
Sure.
So that's on public record, because there's been a lot of questions that I've received. I'm pretty sure many of us sitting on this committee has received since that moment of, we're burdening the taxpayers, how is this going to be paid? We even have members or Kansans who are running for governor who don't even understand how a Star Bond works. And there's been comments on social media. So if you could just explain exactly how the Star Bond district works.
Sure. So a Star Bond project is essentially a district that's drawn around a new attraction in a community. Within that district, the state and the community pledges the new increment sales tax from that district to pay for that project. The city or the community would issue bonds, and that new increment from that sales tax generated only in that district goes to pay off those bonds. So in a Star Bonds district and with the project, there's no current funding, no base funding that's pledged to that project. It's all the new increment funding within that district that pays for those bonds.
Thank you. And so let's back up to the announcement on December 22nd with the Chiefs announcing that they're going to be building a new stadium and also their headquarters in Johnson County. So when they made the decision, no contract has been signed yet. Is that correct? The decision was made by the LCC to authorize them to move forward with a Star Bond district. But I've had many who have reached out to me saying, hey, I read the entire 33 pages of the contract that has been signed, but formally nothing has been signed as of yet.
So the agreement that was presented to the LCC was signed by the team's representative. After the LCC meeting, that gave authority for the Secretary of Commerce to sign that agreement as well.
Okay. So I want to talk about some of the other Star Bond districts that we've had, and this has been going on since the late 90s.
Yes,
Obviously, I think the Speedway is probably
one of the first.
One of the most profitable, as you mentioned, Village West as well. So before that was created in a star bond district, there was nothing there. And look at what's happened over the course of 20-plus years, where that has just ballooned into an economic, actually, it's the most toured place in the Kansas City metropolitan area is Village West. And so this is an example of how star bonds work. Have we ever had a star bonds default?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. That's a good question. So a payment was missed with the Prairie Fire Star Bonds District, and that was due to a variety of reasons, COVID being one of those. There was also a movie theater that's in a lawsuit regarding what movies can be shown there. But we're happy to report that Star Bonds District is back on track and is making those payments. We're also happy to share that there was no damages done to the community or the state as far as being on the hook for that payment. All of that liability and risk is assumed by those bondholders.
So we'll talk about Prairie Fire because that's the only one that I've ever known, to my knowledge, that even came close to being, we wouldn't say in default, but as you said, it never came back onto the taxpayers of the state of Kansas, and actually they are on track right now. So we've never had a star bonds default.
Yes,
Correct.
Chairman, you're correct.
Okay. The next question I have, and this has also raised some questions since the announcement on December 22nd, but actually this was decided, a couple of years ago. But it just resurfaced when we started having the conversation about star bonds, and that is the Mattel Adventure Park. Obviously, I think they've signed with Bonner Springs, and things are moving forward in that under construction in 2027.
Yes, Chairman. Yeah, so you are correct in those statements that the project is just moving slowly, slower than what we would have liked, but these are large attractions, and there's lots of considerations to be had, and we want to make sure that it's a successful project.
Okay, and so of all the potential projects that are going to be happening in the state of Kansas, these are all in areas right now that is generating little or no sales tax. Yes. So therefore, it's not a tax increase. No, it's not burdening the taxpayers. It's when those districts open, that's the sales tax revenue goes back to pay those bonds, which right now is generating nothing. Correct?
Yes, you're absolutely correct.
All right, thank you. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Chairman Waymaster. Rachel, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. A couple of questions. You said it's a new project, a new area. How does Hutchinson with the Cosmosphere fit into this? If, it's already there, it's already, how does that work into a star bond project? Because whatever's there now is collecting sales tax. Is that going to change, or how does this work?
Yeah, good question, Senator. So yes, that area right now is collecting sales tax. So when we draw that new district around that new project and establish those bonds, it sets a new base. So that base of all that current sales tax that's being collected will be set, and that new project, right, that expansion of the Cosmosphere and those sorts of things will again be paid by that new increment revenue, sales tax revenue generated from that new expansion.
Okay, thank you. And then on the all these you have listed here,
yeah.
The Kansas City Speedway, I thought that was all paid off. It shows there's outstanding bonds there of $9 million. Is that right?
Yeah, so that area, there's a variety of different projects going on. So the Village West portion has been paid off. The project area right around the Speedway still has a small amount remaining.
Okay, so because I always heard it was paid off, but there's different star bonds within that one district. Okay.
Yep.
Is there any others in there besides the $9 million in bonds that's not paid? Is there?
No, not for that.
That's
Nope.
the last one
Yep.
on there?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions. First off, to just kind of put context with this, does the Department of Commerce track the number of new businesses or business filings that come in, or is that simply the Secretary of State? And if you do you also track the number of closures?
Yeah, good question, Representative. I don't believe that the Department of Commerce tracks those numbers. I think that would all be within filings with the Secretary of State.
So when a Star Bond district begins and it's initiated and a business comes into the Star Bond district, is the Department of Commerce monitoring where they may have moved from? For example, maybe 5 miles away or another city. Is that also included in your data?
Thanks. I don't necessarily think any sort of movement is tracked. We do have to approve overall that development plan. So we've got to talk about and conduct the feasibility study related to the attraction and those supporting ancillary businesses, because we have to be able to do those projections to show how that new increment sales tax can pay off those bonds that are needed to fulfill that project.
Do you think then, since it is not being tracked, that it is very plausible that we are simply cannibalizing existing businesses and moving them into a new district? Is that possible, plausible? And to maybe counter that, perhaps we could see some data so we could track it, so we could know, and we would then be assured that these are new businesses, not moved businesses.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. I can't speak to that because I don't have any sort of data in front of me, but I would say I don't know what the benefit is besides maybe being beside this new attraction for a business to move to a Star Bonds district, right? Like that. We're not necessarily directly incenting that movement. So I would question why they would maybe do that in the beginning. And again, no matter what, right, we set the base. So all of these projects are paid off of that new incremental sales tax that's being generated. So it's not touching the base. So
Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
Thank you. So really, that's not the issue. If Kansas is receiving sales tax for, let's say, a restaurant, and they are in Overland Park, and that restaurant decides that the volume is going to increase in a Star Bonds district, and they will have a newer facility with newer amenities and a potential for more clientele, they may choose to close and open in the other. Thus, the amount of sales tax that Kansas had been receiving is now gone over here, and now it's going to be paid off. So it's not part. So there is an advantage, disadvantage. There is a cost benefit for Kansas. There is also a cost benefit for the district. My concern, and I will certainly be bringing forth something related to this as we look at the Star Bonds bill again, is that we are looking at a net gain. And my concern is that many small businesses, especially restaurants, are closing all the time in Kansas. They can't make it, and there's only so much disposable income for Kansans, and including those that might just cross the line. And so if they're going to be in a Star Bonds district and have dinner, they're not going to have dinner in Overland Park or another community. So that's my concern. It's just a shift. It's not a gain. And so I will be looking to make sure that we're as tight as possible and that commerce is tracking if businesses are just relocating, because that's not a win for Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and if I may, and I appreciate the point, and I think that we have worked and have put in some of those new requirements about visitors, right, and accounting for visitors, and are those out-of-state visitors, are they coming from more than 100 miles? Is this a regional attraction? Because that is part of the goals of the Star Bonds District, and so we've put in some of those requirements in the statute and continue to work on that moving forward. So I appreciate that, the thought and not wanting to switch and movement as far as current businesses. And I think we've got some good safeguards in the statute. Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I was just looking at the transparency database, and that one's, one of those things, a sticking point. And I just pulled up Star Bonds, and I don't know if it's just my computer, but it's not showing any. It's providing the program details, and so can you respond to that?
Yes, yeah, you're exactly right, Representative. It's not showing in the table within the database, right? So the table is very specific on numbers of jobs created and capital investment and that sort of thing. We've done a deeper dive on Star Bonds. So on the home page, after you scroll down from the table, you'll find a dedicated section to Star Bonds that provides additional information, quick links to a video explanation of it, all the links to our annual reports and the LPA audits and that sort of thing. Principles listed, all of that we've been working hard to make sure we're more transparent on.
All right, thank you. I see it now.
Senator Petty.
Rachel, thanks so much for the information you provided today. I would agree with the chairman. There have been a lot of questions that have been thrown to myself and other legislators, particularly in Wyandotte County. I would add that the question about the Speedway and still, having a Star Bond that's not paid off, but Village West was paid off ahead of time. It was paid off in 17 years as opposed to in 20. So at that time I was a commissioner. We were very much involved and proud of that whole thing. And the same thing about that camelization that's been brought up about camelizing businesses from one area to another. The mayor CEO at the time, that was one of her big issues and very concerned about that. And of course, as the chairman said, we're talking about, in our case, an area that there was no sales tax being generated. And so everything was new. I do have a specific question about with the project that was announced on the 22nd with the chiefs. And when you look at the map, and in this case, it includes, the maps shows all of Wyandotte County include. But, so clarify for me that wherever exactly the chiefs decide to build that decision is made to build the stadium, the Star Bonds area cannot include any current Star Bond area. Would that be current uncompleted Star Bond area? Would that be correct?
Yes, Senator, you're correct. So the map that has been provided and was presented to the LCC is just a draft, right? Since we don't know the final locations of either of the main sites for this project, we can't draw that map down to the precision that we need to. So once we know those locations, the map will be drawn around those project areas only. It's not our intent to include all of Wyandotte County. And yes, you're right. If the map was to include a current Star Bonds district, it essentially has to go around that district. It can't overlap in any way.
Like was mentioned about the Mattel project. I mean,
Right.
We'd be very close to wherever the final location is at. My second question deals with property taxes. So the chiefs, so are they then exempt from paying property taxes on the stadium for a period of time or not?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we have to work with you all in the upcoming session to identify who the stadium owner will be, and we anticipate creating a statewide stadium authority that would own those particular facilities, potentially in this case, and that would be something that would be addressed in that.
Okay, my third question then, so this goes back to the sales tax. So currently, the legislation does dedicate the state portion of the new sales tax, but the local portion of the sales tax, that determination has to be made, in this case, either by Olathe or the unified government.
Yes, Senator, you're correct. We've asked both the Unified Government of Wyandotte and Olathe to pledge their new increment sales tax in the district. After the LCC voted to approve that, the statute requires us to give notification to those two local entities, and then they have 60 days to take that vote and approve their increment for the project.
And if I could just interject, I just want to emphasize on the word that you used, new.
Yes.
Sales tax. Not existing, this is new. And as I mentioned in my comments, and I think Senator Petty just kind of echoed what I said, this is an area where it is not generating any sales tax revenue right now.
Yes.
Right. Senator Petty.
Thank you. I wanted to emphasize the word new, although I don't know that I can necessarily agree that there's now. It depends exactly where the stadium would be located, that there would be no sales tax being generated. It could include properties that are generating sales tax, but it would have to be, can you clarify that for me? I mean, if there are already businesses there, so that would their sales tax then be included, or would it just be anything new that's built?
Yeah. Thank you. So to clarify, it would be any new sales tax. So if there's current sales tax being collected in that district from those businesses, that's going to stay put. That this project is not touching anything current. It's only that new increment sales tax that would be pledged to this project. The thought is the project's going to bring in all of these new visitors that are going to spend money. They're going to buy tickets. They're going to eat at restaurants. They're going to stay at hotels. They're going to shop for cool merchandise in our stores. And that new increment would be used to pay for the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Emphasize again the word new.
Right.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Rachel, for this update. I want to focus just a minute on both sites, but probably more in the Legends area. Should the Chiefs kind of go piggybacking off of Senator Billinger with the debt there, those current bonds of the Speedway, but should it be in that particular area? Can you speak a little bit to what is going to be developed there? It says more entertainment, dining, shopping, hotel, etc. So will they be a part of that $3 billion bonding, or there be more bonding available for these individual? Speak a little bit to that, and then should it be next to the Speedway? That's pretty close. So I understand what Chairman's saying about new, but the vicinity is so close, so there would be a draw to what is there. So just along those lines.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And yes, to kind of start backwards to answer your last question first, yes, we do anticipate that there would be a draw wherever they land, right, in both communities to those current existing businesses. And again, that's why we would work to capture that new increment from that entire area, because those folks, that growth that we're seeing there is a result of those projects, right? And so, yeah, I also think it's important to talk about the investment that the team is also committing to this project, right? So it's not only Star Bonds and our Attracting Professional Sports Teams Fund paying for this project, the team is also committing. And so when we think about that mixed-use development, the team's committed $1 billion of their own investment to that. And we don't have a lot of details as far as what that will actually look like, and that's why there'll be development plans worked out at both areas with those local governments. But according to the agreement, there is a minimum of $325 million of mixed use that must be built in Wyandotte. And so that's just kind of a detail I think that maybe you were looking for as it relates to that mixed use part. So hopefully that provided a little more insight there.
Mr. Chairman, yes, and thank you, Rachel. That's helpful to know. So there wouldn't be additional bonding requests for any of those since it's going to be so much private involved.
Yeah, so the star bonds can be and will be used to support some of that mixed use as well. Yes, yep.
Of the overall amount that's already, okay,
Right.
that's what I was trying
Yep.
to separate, whether or not there was going to be additional above that amount or
No.
it will be incorporated within the whole district.
It'll be
Right.
incorporated. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was looking through some of these, when a star bonds is created, do they have to, I'm just looking at, let's say, the city of Derby, the second one. It looks like they've taken out a 3 different times bonds. I'm assuming that's for 3 different projects or 3 different phases or something like that. Do they have to say we're going to take out, I don't know what that total is, but this total of, that must be around 50 or 70 million dollars. Do they say that's what we're going to, the maximum we can take out? Or can they, as they pay off a bond, then say, well, we want to re-up, we're going to take out another bond under the same star bonds? See what I'm saying? Can they just keep taking out bonds do they have to say this is how much at the very beginning?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. My understanding is that it's a completely new phase, right? And so each of those, so like if you look at Derby, and you see it's got 3 different phases, right? Those dollar amounts are the maximum amount that can be bonded under each phase.
Okay, but is it it's the same star bond, so
It's the same district.
it's the same district? Okay. They expanded it, or it's
I don't,
I'm just trying to understand if once it's paid off, they can't, without coming back and starting the whole process over again, they can't just reissue bonds and continue the,
yes, I'm gonna phone a friend.
okay?
Please state your name and position.
Yes, excuse me, I'm ill, but my name is Amber Cabrera. I'm an attorney with the Department of Commerce. So to answer your question, Representative Hoffman, it really depends on the district itself and whether or not there are project areas within that district. Sometimes what you'll see is perhaps the team will add and expand an area into the district, or sometimes you'll have particular project areas within the district that is going to anticipate one particular eligible type of project in one project area. And then the sales tax from that project area will go to pay off those particular bonds.
Okay.
Hoffman.
I guess I'm not against star bonds, and I think they've done a lot of good. My concern is just continually that the state never receives any money from that district because they just continue to reallocate bonds to either say, well, we're going to push out another project right next to it, but we're going to incorporate this whole
There is
thing.
a 20-year time limit on the bonds. So for example, if we have a star bond district that has, that decides to build a museum, and we set an amount of $10 million in bonds to pay for that, let's just make assumptions. We have 20 years to pay off those bonds. If they pay off early and the city and a developer and the state approve perhaps an additional major multi-sport athletic facility within that district, we could reissue bonds. But again, we're stuck to that initial 20-year term if it's still within that district and we don't have separate project
Okay,
areas.
They have to, it's not another 20 years for another bond.
Not if it's within that same district and it's not segregated into project areas.
Okay. And then my last question, I was trying to find it where, oh man, I lost it. There was one that was, the bond, it was a single bond. Oh, here it is. The soccer training center. the bond issued was 65 million, outstanding is 98 million.
Yeah, those, that particular project, it's a particular type of structure of bonds. I think it's called a CAB, a capital appreciation bond. And we recognize that the amount is, a bond's outstanding is higher. What we've done is to the home field project is intended to help boost the revenues in that surrounding area, and that's hopefully a goal that we'll also see with the Chiefs development once it gets into that potential area if it ends up there.
Yeah, but the home field is paying, I mean, they're paying their own bond off, so.
Right, but when, with an attraction, people coming into that general area, what we're hoping to see is a boost in also the surrounding areas as well.
Okay. And then my last question, on the district that's going to be created for the Chiefs, if a Star Bond district has been paid off, they're no longer any outstanding bond, can they be included in that district?
So you're asking if a area that was in a former Star Bond district can be included in
Yeah,
a new Star
let's say
Bond
like
district?
the Legends or the Children's Mercy Park, that's all right there in that same area. They're paid off. Can it be included now in the new district?
Generally, no. Once an area in a Star Bond district is within the Star Bond district, we can't go and build a new Star Bond district within that. We do have some flexibility with the amendments to the Star Bond Act that specifically allowed for major multi-sport athletic facilities. But as Rachel indicated, our intent is to segregate out our current Star Bond if we have any current Star Bond districts within our our Chiefs district, we're going to segregate those out, so they're not going to be a part of it.
Okay. And, I mean, I'm sure this has been thought of, but I guess my concern is, and Rachel might be my understanding was, I mean, my hope was that the Chiefs were going to build close to that whole Legends area, close to the Speedway and all that. Those districts are not terribly small themselves. So how are they going to build it fairly close to those when they can't get into that district?
Right. Thank you, Representative. There won't be any overlap. There can't be any overlap between the new district and current. And again, it'll work to capture that new increment. I think you'll also see by the map, right, that this is the largest Star Bond district that we've done. And so by us trying to capture some, again, of just that state new increment, that's how we can make those projections work.
I maybe didn't, and it's fine. The location was more my deal, is that the stadium has to be in the new district. And I mean, how big are those other districts? How far away is the stadium going to be from the Legends area? Is it really going to be close enough? And maybe it probably is.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
Right, and I can't speak to the actual location, since it's not been determined, but according to the agreement, right, that there has to be a minimum of $1 billion of new mixed use created within that district, right? So that's another $1 billion of capital investment in mixed use. So that's more restaurants and hotels and retail stores and that sort of thing. And that's a significant amount of investment, right? We've had some really good years, but $1 billion is a significant amount. And with 325 of that, so 325 million has to be built in Wyandotte. Again, that's some significant new businesses for that area, generating new sales tax to pay for the project.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, and in reading in the agreement, I think there's been speculation on where the Chiefs are going to build the stadium, but they did kind of put an area where it needs to go. And I think if you look at where Arrowhead is sitting now, it's right off of an interstate. I don't know if it was the state of Missouri or Jackson County, but they built new on and off ramps to get to the stadium. And so I think it'd be logical that it'd be somewhere in the I-435, I-70 area. And again, I want to say, I think I counted 4 times that you said new. I want to emphasize that. New sales tax. Senator Billinger.
Thank you, and thank you, Rachel, and I'll try to be quick on this.
Sure.
First off, are most of these bonds 20-year? Is that what they are? Or is there options to go 20 or 30 or?
Yeah,
what's the
that's a good question. So on our current kind of normal star bonds, it's 20 years. For these professional sports teams, star bonds, they're 30 years.
30, okay. So if someone got to 20 years and they haven't got it all paid off, how does that work?
It's a good question. We haven't gotten there, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, and Representative Hoffman kind of touched on this, you know, with the bonds issued on that one project, 65 million, outstanding 98 million. So why wouldn't we have 98 million also in bonds issued?
Yeah, I don't know those specifics, and I'll get with Bob and find out more details on that particular one.
That'd be
Those are
fine.
good
Thank you.
questions. Yeah, thank you.
All right, committee, any other questions in regards to star bonds? Senator Petty.
Just to follow up on that, I'll just emphasize again that for example, the Legends project was paid off in 17 years as opposed to 20 years, which meant that as you have in your materials, $40 million is coming to the state in sales tax. There was nothing there prior to the Legends, so.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, thank you, Rachel. And are you doing a brief overview of the MRO or maintenance, repair, and overhaul program?
Yeah, so I can share just some real kind of high-level details on both the Salina and the Topeka project. Joshua, our deputy secretary who leads our business development team, can dive into more details with you at a later date. But just overall, Salina has received a conditional board approval for the master ground lease with Davicon Aviations late in December. So our grant agreement with them has received that conditional approval. We're waiting for their signatures. We anticipate those either sometime this week. Once those are collected, then our grant agreement will be fully executed with Salina, and that will it will cover the fully remaining balance of that Salina Airport Authority grant. So the Topeka Airport Authority is in a very similar position, and I'll let Curtis speak to that. So.
All right, I think she just turned it over to you, Curtis. So Curtis Needham with the City of Topeka or Topeka Airport Authority?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm with the Metropolitan Topeka Airport Authority. I'm the Director of Development there. Thank you for your time this morning. It's my pleasure to give you an update on how we're coming in Topeka. Last session, this legislature appropriated $10 million for the development of maintenance, repair, and overhaul at the airports here in Topeka. And as Rachel just touched upon, we have been in intensive negotiations that are really late stage, a text or two away from being completed with a developer who does this type of construction work mostly out on the West Coast. Thanks to your work and the hard work of folks over at the Department of Commerce, who I want to revisit and express more gratitude to, we have a signed letter of intent with this developer, and we are literally, I think, minutes away from knowing that the lease has been finalized. The contents of that, the substance of that transaction is as follows. Here in Topeka, we will be leasing 300,000 square feet on our apron out at what most of us call Forbes Field, Topeka Regional Airport, to this developer. They are undertaking, on the one hand, to construct an 80,000 square foot MRO hangar there on the apron. They are committed to investing at least $25 million in that project. And they anticipate starting groundwork probably next spring or summer and being done with that hangar about a year after that. They're building this hangar on spec, if you will, because they're that confident that the demand for this type of hangar structure is so high. They're quite certain they'll have it leased out to a firm that does MRO work before it's even completed. In this lease, though, they are also committed to at least starting on a second project, also on our apron out there at Forbes. And so by the time this is all completed, we should be seeing a great deal more aeronautical activity out at the airport. We're very excited to get going with them. We worked with Wichita State University to have an economic impact study generated around this project. And as Senator Cluse could tell you, we reported to the Shawnee County delegation that the indications are that by the time an MRO firm is up and running in this facility, it'll be generating on the order of $140 million a year in direct, indirect, and induced economic impact here in our community, probably in the range of 200 to 300 jobs. And that's hopefully just the beginning. Now, I do want to thank the Department of Commerce. Amber's been very helpful. Josh Jefferson has been extremely helpful because of his background in this sector. And another gentleman who you may or may not have met, Doug Bach, has really functioned as something of a mentor and guide to us through these negotiations. And his guidance throughout this has been invaluable. Thanks to him and the others on the team, I think we've achieved a really favorable deal for Topeka and for the state of Kansas. One thing you should know, I think this is critical, I would think from your point of view, is naturally enough, the developer expects eventually to be reimbursed for up to $10 million of their expenses, because that's what the state appropriated. But they won't get a penny until they have expended $12.5 million on that hangar. They'll be in over halfway with their own private dollars before the state dollars come into play. And then there are some other safety rails that have been built into the process we've developed to ensure that you'll know all along the way that your money is being spent well to reimburse actual work that's happening on the ground out there at Forbes. We are delighted with the progress that's been made, and as Rachel pointed out, we would anticipate we're counting down in hours till we're able to say we've got a signed lease and we're ready to go forward.
All right. Any questions for Curtis? Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, but thank you, Curtis, and all your hard work. And I know that we have not hesitated. We've been pushing through, had obstacles, but from day one in the announcement and last session, appreciate all the work of you and the team. Thank you.
Well, thanks to the senator and the entire delegation for your support. This is important for our community and for the state.
Thank you. Any other questions for Curtis? All right, seeing none, I believe we have, thank you for being here. Zach Gerhardt with Wichita State University. Welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Zach Gerhardt, Wichita State University, Chief of Staff. So just giving you a brief overview of what we've done in the MRO space the last 3 years when you all began making investments in maintenance, repair, overhaul of aircraft. So the good news is I'm pleased to report the infrastructure that you all invested in has led to all of our hangars in Wichita being completely full. We continue to do work with KMC, the private company that led to that initial operation, to expand that effort to Salina and to Topeka. They will ultimately be the ones that make the decision when to activate in those areas. There's further good news that we have found other willing partners, such as a company called Launch, which is doing work with American Airlines and has brought 400 jobs to the state of Kansas. Additionally, the most exciting work is happening with the Department of War in the work that we're doing with the B-1 bomber, as well as with another private company, Sierra Nevada, which is doing work with us on the 747 flying Pentagon. So all indications are that there will be continued growth in the MRO sector, especially in defense, but also on the civilian side. Last year, we reported about $100 million in expenditures in MRO work at NIAR. So that's really just a high-level overview. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
All right, any questions for Zach? All right, seeing none. All right, thank you for being here.
Thank you all.
And I would just like to remind the committee that in the course of 3 fiscal years, the state has invested, and this is kind of going back to some of the conversations that have been generated since we announced the STAR bonds with the chiefs, but actually the state has invested $81 million into the maintenance, repair, and overhaul program. And then last year, we authorized a $30 million loan with the state treasurer. So a total of almost $110 million has been invested in the MRO project. All right. Right now, we are actually on time, actually a little bit early. So we'll go ahead and break for lunch, and then we will return at 1:30 p.m. to have an update on the Kansas Office of Early Childhood. Resume our meeting. First, we have up after lunch is the operating update from the Kansas Office of Early Childhood. So I would invite Christy Smith, the acting director for the Kansas Office of Early Childhood. Welcome to committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm going to lower this just a little bit. My name is Christy Smith. I bring more than 20 years of early childhood experience working with children, families, and communities to this new position. And most recently, I served as Executive Director for Child Care Aware of Kansas, which is the network, state network for the regional resource and referral agencies. And prior to that, spent some time with family preservation and prevention services, and really at that point recognized how early investments such as stable childcare and streamlined processes of child welfare help with our economic stability. So I come from outside of government, and my perspective is to remove silos, blend operations, and improve efficiencies. This office serves as a central coordinating anchor, aligning programming, funding, policy so existing dollars can work better together. My vision is to reduce duplication and administrative burden so that dollars can go directly to children and families. By aligning funding and simplifying access, we can improve outcomes without increasing overall cost. Childcare just isn't a family issue, it is a workforce and economic issue. Reliable childcare supports labor force participation, reduces absenteeism, and helps businesses retain workers. The office will help with clear goals, measurable outcomes, and transparency. You can expect ongoing communication, data-informed decisions, and a commitment to responsible stewardship of public funds. So the Office of Early Childhood exists to ensure that Kansas's early childhood investments are aligned, efficient, and impactful. So I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself today. It is day 2 on the job, so probably drinking from the fire hose, all kidding aside. But I do appreciate the collaboration that the legislature has into making this bill come into effect, and looking forward to the continued collaboration moving forward. Zach's going to present the updates to the transition of the office. Thank you.
All right, Zach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for having us here today. As Christy mentioned, this is day 2, so I'm going to kind of pitch hit for a little bit for us to walk you through the actual updates that we've been working on since the bill passed last April. And so I have a slide deck that hopefully will come up here so that I can walk you through. And you have, you guys have a copy, great, okay. Well, I'll get going while we have that coming up. There we go. So we'll move through some of this quickly because I know you all were around last legislative session when we passed House Bill 2045. If we can go, there we go. Just wanted to quickly overview. I'll walk you through some of the background of what's included in the legislation that was passed, a high-level overview of what we've been doing as part of the transition process, and then some next steps and upcoming milestones that you all can expect in the next couple weeks. So just wanted to reorient to the current status of early childhood in the state of Kansas. We know that this issue is important for our children and families to ensure that they're thriving, have a healthy development, but also to our state's workforce, our state's economy. But currently we have 67% of all children under the age of 5 with both parents in the workforce, meaning we have 67% of children without a parent who can provide full-time care. So we have to fill that need. And at this point, there's a 38% gap between the supply and demand of access to child care services, and a lack of child care services in the state leads to a $2.5 to $3.5 billion in lost economic impact. But we're uniquely positioned at this moment to reimagine our early childhood system and improve the experiences of Kansas providers and families. as many of you know, the main funder of early childhood work in Kansas and in most states is the federal government, coming down through multiple funding streams that create siloed programs. All of that leads to fragmented services and difficulties in navigating those processes for families and providers, duplicating the work for many providers who have different requirements for different funding streams or different programs that they administer, inconsistent quality or the way that those programs are implemented by providers and by the state agencies, and then effectively a loss of efficiency and impact by that fragmentation. And so what that looks like as we sit here today is a pretty interesting dynamic here in this organizational chart of where programs are split across the different agencies. In 2023, the Bipartisan Policy Center released their updated efficiency rankings for each state's early childhood system, and Kansas ranked at 48th out of 50 states. And so that's one thing that led us to say, how can we do better? How can we eliminate these silos across these legacy agencies? So as we have embarked on the transition process to the Office of Early Childhood, we have, we're striving to hit these four priorities, and that's streamlining processes and reducing barriers and burdens that are placed on providers and communities and families, increasing the government efficiency and accountability for the funding and the programs, reducing bureaucracy and red tape that are required to access or oversee these programs, and then ultimately enhancing our state's mixed delivery system that's driven by what's best for parents and children. So creating an ecosystem that no matter the type of care, if it's home-based, center-based, religious, non-religious, nonprofit, that all of those different types of providers can thrive in the state. So how we got here, in 2023, the governor created the Early Childhood Transition Task Force, which spent the year studying our current early childhood system, came back after that year with a set of recommendations. Multiple members of the committee today were on that task force, so I just want to say thank you again for your service and commitment to this issue over the last few years. In 2024, the governor introduced a plan to establish the Office of Early Childhood, and in the 24 legislative session, that plan turned into a compromise between members of the legislature and the governor's office, and it passed the House but was not acted on by the Senate before the 2024 adjournment. In 2025, that agreement was reintroduced and did pass both chambers and signed by the governor at the Children's Discovery Center here in Topeka on April 24th of last year. Just a quick reminder of what that bill did outside of the things we're talking to you about today related to the Office of Early Childhood and the transfer of programs. That bill streamlined our licensure processes and our surveying by developing clear career progression pathways, eliminating certain fees for providers, and creating a more cohesive surveying process. It authorized new pilot programs to expand access to care. And then just a shout out here that the state in the 2024 special session also expanded the child independent care tax credit that offsets the cost of care for working families. Really, at the end of this work, what we want the impact of the agency to be is, by bringing all these functions under one roof, is building a more stronger, efficient system that maximizes the public dollars that are currently going into it, ensuring that those dollars are being spent efficiently, better supporting children and the outcomes, ensuring that they're on the trajectory for lifelong success, and then really strengthening families, communities, supporting economic growth by expanding access and the availability of early childhood services. So that's a little bit of the setting of the stage. I want to give you all an update on what we've been doing since the bill passed. The bill outlined a pretty rigorous and aggressive timeline for the establishment of the agency. So following the passage of the bill, the governor's office took lead on efforts to create an interagency implementation team that I'll show you in a moment, installed me in my role as the transition director to oversee the day-to-day operations of setting up the agency. And then, through the summer and into the fall and then into next summer is really the initial one-year transition phase where we're taking all the actions to get the agency formally set up. As of the first of the year, we are now moving into our implementation phase of getting state systems changed, addressing the transfer of employees, all of the things that I will talk about here shortly. And then the bill requires the agency to be fully operational and set up by July 1st of this year. Just wanted to put our interagency transition and implementation team up here with representatives from, I think it's 8 different state agencies, governor's office, Department of Administration, our legacy agencies. This is the go-to team that we've been working with throughout this process. Just want to take a step back and say, how are we approaching this? And so we have planned for this transition through a phased approach. We are quickly moving into, as I mentioned, phase 3 of that. So this phased approach began in September with a landscape analysis building off the work of the 2023 task force, mapping the funding, capturing perspectives of those who are utilize these programs, and conducting an operational scan to see how all these programs are operating under their different agencies. After that, we've moved into creating what we're calling a transition work plan that is a set of recommendations and actions that we will be taking over the next 6 months to make sure that we are moving towards full operations on July 1st. And then finally, like I mentioned, that phase 3 that we're moving into now is the actual carrying out of formal actions to establish the agency on the state side of things. This is a little bit of a redundant slide, but wanted just to add a few key pieces into those 3 phases. So July was when we kicked off the work in earnest. We've been working towards building that transition work plan over the end of 2025. In December, the governor announced her appointment of Christy Smith to serve as the first director of the agency. And then beginning this year, we're into that implementation phase. You all as a legislature can expect a first annual report on all of this work in more detail and kind of a baseline of what we hope the report to look like in future years on January 20th, and then that go-live date of July 1st. So I'm sure that having a transition director and an actual director of the agency will create some confusion, but I just wanted to put this slide in here to show where my responsibilities are as the transition director and Christie's are as the director of the agency. Given the agency is not up and running yet because, as it will be on July 1, I oversee the day-to-day implementation of House Bill 2045, leading the interagency transition team, addressing the nuts and bolts actual actions of establishing and transferring functions from one agency to the Office of Early Childhood. Christy will be focused on the day-to-day management of the agency once it's established, overseeing content and policy expertise, and really over this period of time where she is pending Senate confirmation, she's working with the staff to meet with them, hear about their challenges, their opportunities, what they're looking forward to, and then obviously with you as legislators. The one thing you can expect from both of us is we will serve as a shared resource to you all through this process, and so during legislative session, we're probably interchangeable for a while, where you'll see her or I as it comes to addressing questions or concerns that anyone might have. As a quick refresher, here are the programs that are transferring from their current agencies to the Office of Early Childhood. On the left are the programs that are moving, the ones on the right are not. And so we're in the process of addressing the logistics of each and every one of these and how we're going to transfer them over in the most efficient way as we possibly can. This is just a reminder of what the responsibilities of the agency were as outlined in House Bill 2045. So implementing statewide policies, administering these programs, providing support and problem resolution to providers and parents and families as they are navigating our early childhood system, ensuring that those services are accessible and user-friendly, serving as a central point of contact for you as legislators if you have questions or concerns for anything related to early childhood, also our federal partners, so that there's a central point of contact for them in the state. And then ensuring that we are as efficient with our funds, with our programs, and maximizing those efficiencies as we can, as best as we can. So under the bill, and as we've been developing what the agency is going to look like, this is a rough structure, at this point initial and tentative of how the agency will be organized. The bill laid out 3 deputy directors overseeing childcare licensure and finance, overseeing home visitation, and then overseeing the functions of the Children's Cabinet. The agency will have additional support folks that we are building into this organizational chart from the fiscal administrative side of things. But within, the big thing is we don't want to create silos just under a new agency and new structure. So a lot of these functions will be cross-cutting across different teams within the Office of Early Childhood. And so if you remember back to that earlier slide that showed how siloed all these different programs are, this is a much more cleaner and efficient organizational chart that we'll build off of as we move folks over. A little bit about the staff and location of the agency. The agency will be made up of 88 FTE. All of those represent programmatic, operational, and administrative functions. All of these FTEs, but one, will transfer from a legacy agency. So 25 from DCF, 52 from KDHE, 8 from KSDE, and 1 from the governor's office. And that one is just Christy's role now because the agency doesn't exist yet, so she's just kind of housed there for the current period of time. All of these employees have been notified that their role is transferring over to the Office of Early Childhood, and we've been in constant contact with them about what that means for them and their duties and their roles. I would say all of these, except for the Director of Early Childhood and the Child Care Ombudsman, which was added into the bill, are going to be funded through existing resources, and so you won't see a request for additional salaries for any of those 88 positions other than those 2 mentioned there, because that was a commitment that we made and wanted to stick to that this could be done as much through existing resources as possible. We have identified where the agency will be located. There is a suite on the 3rd floor of the Docking State Office Building, and work has begun to outfit and that space to accommodate staff and the functions of the agency. We believe that the whole purpose of this work was to put them all under one roof, and this space will allow that. We'll give them proximity to the Department of Commerce so that there can be cross-agency collaboration on the economic development side of these issues. And then, again, it limits any type of expansive footprint where folks are spread out between different spaces across different state office buildings. Throughout the transition, we've been kind of focusing on 5 key areas. Transfer of people, as I mentioned, those internal staff members, supporting them through the notification process and answering questions that they have about their role moving from one agency to another. Transfer of funds, untangling our current system and putting together a budget for the legislature to consider from existing resources at the legacy agencies to have the office fully operational and supported in the way it needs to function and effectuate its mission. Reviewing our programs and how those are implemented and overseen, managing folks in the field, providers, stakeholders. I think over the last, I went and looked back, I think over the last 6 months, we've at least had a meeting with a stakeholder group every single week as this process is kicked off. So we committed in the past and going forward to continue to work with the field to ensure they understand the impacts of this on their work. And then we oversaw the comprehensive process to search for the inaugural director of the agency, and then have been meeting with legislators and responding to any requests from them or from you all or from the governor or others. Just a little bit of a progress update of what we have found through this process and some of the efficiencies that we are identifying and working towards. We've found contracts that are how the contractor is the same across multiple agencies, and so we're working on a plan to say how do we streamline contracting and make sure there's single oversight under the new agency. We've seen some delays in getting funding out to providers, and so we're working to plan for a more centralized management of grants and contracts through the agency. We've been working towards unifying some field-facing operations. So KDHE is a great example. We've reorganized their licensing team, their surveying and field services team to better ensure more consistent application of rules and regulations and surveys. And we're doing that similarly as bringing these different functions together so that we don't have providers who have 4 different points of contact at the Office of Early Childhood, and we kind of unify some of those approaches. We're going through the modernization of the licensing portal as we speak that will create single workflows, make notifying providers of different changes more seamless through automation. Previously, like any notification that went out to providers had to be manually done, and so that will save some time and effort. And then obviously we're reviewing the workforce and ensuring that we're optimizing, and so one thing you will look for in the GBR is that legacy agency budgets will show a reduction of unnecessary FTE. And then just for you all, a bit of a budget snapshot. The agency's budget will be released during at the release of the governor's GBR. At that time, we're committed to working with you all and your budget committees to ensure that, and legislative staff, I should mention that, we can explain what has been done in that, and that we can work towards, in collaboration to provide the agency with the resources it needs to succeed. So you'll see it's an approximate budget of $230 million in the next fiscal year. The vast majority of that is federal funds, so that's 73%. 18% of those funds come from the Children's Initiatives Fund. Only 7% come from the State General Fund, and then we have about 2%, which are fee funds or other special revenue funds that will be included in transferring. Like I said, that those are changes that are coming out of the existing budgets at the legacy agencies, and so there's some mechanics that we'll probably have to work through with you all to make sure we're tracking reductions in one place and additions in another. Wanted to give just a quick update on rules and regulations. The bill that passed required a series of changes to rules and regulations. KDHE continues to be the licensing agency for early childhood regulations at this time. Those functions will transfer to the Office of Early Childhood in July, but wanted to just update that that KDHE was required to promulgate those rules and regulations by October 1st. They did that in August, and we are currently, those regulations currently sit with the Attorney General's office, and I think we are in ongoing discussions with them about getting those further through the process. And then finally, just wanted to end on some, I don't know if my clicker is working. I think I lost it. If you can just go to the next slide, that'd be great, or skip 2 forward for me. Maybe, oh. Well, while we're getting that up, I'll say we're upcoming steps and milestones. As I mentioned, the agency's budget will be included in the GBR in January. Our first annual report will be delivered to you all on January 20th. We'll make sure that both House Appropriations and Senate Ways and Means gets a copy of that, as well as the the committees of jurisdiction. And then, as I said, we're moving into that. Well, I'll step back and say that annual report will provide a comprehensive overview of our process to date, outline the purpose and vision for the agency, track our short-term and long-term priorities, and create a set a data baseline for where we hope the agency will go over the long term. If you go to the next slide for me, thanks. And then finally, just wanted to say, again, thank you for your continued engagement and support of this effort. This is complex and multifaceted. While we'll have the agency up and running by July 1st, these types of transitions, not everything is buttoned up. We will continuously review processes, procedures, work towards greater efficiency over the course. So it's going to take some time to effectuate the goal and mission of the agency, but we're working to give it the best start that we can by July 1st. I just want to say thank you again for members of this committee who've been involved in the process for the last couple of years and were key to the work last year to get the bill over the finish line. And I think with that, I will, and probably Christy, if she has anything to add, would stand for any questions that you all might have.
All right, thank you, Zach. Actually, we do have some questions. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so you said that, and thank you so much for your testimony, you said on page 20, the structure included funding for the Director of Fiscal Affairs, the Deputy Director of Child Care Licensing, Deputy Director of Home Visitation, and of course the Children's Cabinet. Those were considered and those are all covered, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so my question is, one of the goals we had with this bill was to create more efficient government. By creating a position where we had a single director, we would be able to bring or even reduce total staffing. And right now I don't see it. And second, the Director of Fiscal Affairs is not, I don't see it in the bill. Yep. And that's also kind of a priority for many legislators, and that's that we don't want top-heavy administration. We want people in the trenches. And the ombudsman isn't even mentioned on here. It's mentioned on the next page. So that's my first question. The Director of Fiscal Affairs was not included in the bill. Yep. And that's another layer that, in my opinion, is not what the legislature voted on. Can you respond?
Yes, first thing on the ombudsman, apologize, it should be here. The legislation put that underneath the Deputy Director for Childcare Licensure and Finance. And so this is, on slide 20, is a very rough outline. We have, working through a more tentative position by position overview, I'll say it's not nice to put onto a slide at this point, given how expansive it is in terms of the number of FTEs that are coming over here. So that's what I would respond to that. On the point about the fiscal affairs, the agency can't really function without someone who's overseeing the fiscal elements of this. And so that is, like I said, an existing position that we are moving over from a budgetary standpoint. Most agencies have someone who's doing fiscal work. And so it's not a new position. It's not new funding. It's not even a new FTE. It's just reorganizing. It's those operational elements of an agency that's just required to function, because the programmatic staff are not the ones on the day-to-day at the current agencies who are working with the Division of Budget, working with the Council on Reports, doing the mechanics of getting funding out the door, pulling funding down from the internal processes that exist. So that is a element of just general agency operations across every agency, that having someone to oversee fiscal affairs is needed. But like I said, we are fully that's a position through existing resources, through existing funding, that exists in the system as it stands today.
Representative Williams.
Yes, it wasn't in the bill. It wasn't brought up. Finance was in the bill. Finance was included in another position. With the addition of the director, they should be overseeing that budget and then giving some of that to the finance. I feel like the executive branch just created another position, regardless that it already existed. It wasn't in statute. It wasn't in the structure that we prescribed together. It wasn't there. So that's a position that the ombudsman could take and be paid for. In addition, with the negotiations with the ombudsman, do you not have someone right now that does these things, such as it's the central point of contact, they advocate for the parents, they investigate complaints? Do you not have anyone in your 88 workforce membership that advocates for parents or investigates complaints? I find it very hard to believe that now that we're just calling it something, that it hasn't been done prior.
Yeah, I think those functions are there. They're spread through multiple different folks. And I think one thing that the bill did that is really laudable is trying to centralize that. So I think we can go back and look and say, you know, what exists around that specific position to make it work in a better way. Because like I said, this is all, you know, pretty tentative at this point. So let me do some thinking on it and working with the team, and we can follow up with some of those details that might better suit what you're mentioning here today.
And my last question, if I may.
You may.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate you looking at this, because I would like it to be tightly reflective of what the legislature and the executive branch determined was the best path forward. And it was in part for efficiencies. And what I'm seeing here is a little creep into something that's less efficient than what we agreed upon. But my last question is simply, if 88 FTEs are included, how many would have been working in this arena prior?
All of them are.
So there were no reductions?
There is a reduction that I said would be included in the GBR of a certain number of positions that we've identified for efficiency through the process. That number is higher than 88. I've backed out those numbers, and 88 is the number of positions that are moving over. The ones that we don't need are being lapsed through that process.
Okay, thank you.
I just can't share all that information at this point because of the GBR. But.
Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like a clarification. I thought when we created the Office of Early Childhood, it was so that primarily this office would be responsible like in one place instead of having it in multiple places, which would be more efficient in that respect. Am I not correct?
Yes, so what I would show you too is on page 6 is where all of these functions are split between 4 different agencies, the State Department of Education, the Children's Cabinet, the Department of Health and Environment, and the the Department for Children and Families. And so everything in those gold boxes on that page are programs that are overseen by those existing agencies. What this does is, to your question, is bringing those functions together so that agencies are, the teams that are working on those programs are under one roof to work better together and eliminate the kind of cross-agency collaboration that leads to delays or other inefficiencies. And so that's why the structure that Representative Williams and I were discussing on page 20 is kind of where we're moving towards from the current status quo to how these things are going to be organized within the structure of the Office of Early Childhood.
If I could follow up on that. So would you say that by establishing your early childhood, that office, do you feel that it's duplicative or more efficient?
Well, I would say this is eliminating duplication, because if you look, like I mentioned on that page 6 where we have that legacy structure on there of how it is today before all this is implemented, all of those programs go through their own contracting, their own payment, their own procurement processes, which is being run by teams at all of those agencies. And so you have a manpower issue where all those things are working through the Department of Children and Families, Department of Education, Department of Health and Environment. And under the new structure, all those things are working through one process by one team of people, rather than teams of operational support, as I mentioned earlier, from fiscal, from legal review, from all of those things. And so we're eliminating that type of duplication where it's going through all of those different processes. The same processes, just at different agencies under the one roof, where it's going to be a similar process, but under one team that's reviewing all of those programs that are in those gold boxes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Then I would really say that if you look further into this as to answering questions that was asked by Representative Williams, and with what I think it was supposed to be as well, that maybe we'll reach some kind of consensus of what this department is really supposed to be doing to make it more efficient and make sure that we're providing better services.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a snapshot of what we have that I'm presenting to you today. As I mentioned, the report that's due to the legislature on January 20th is going to have a much more comprehensive look at what we've found and what is our approaches to addressing those types of issues that you mentioned.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Petty.
Zach, thanks so much. I would just say that as in the past, when we looked at other states that have moved to have a Office of Early Childhood, that in many of those states, it took as much as 3 years to get to some organizational structure. And this, although it won't be totally operational until July, but this has come about in 1 year. So I applaud all the work that's gone into it for the organization. And that included the identification of those positions that were specifically dealing with early childhood issues. I mean, it's been an ongoing discussion point with parents and with providers and here at the state level as to how our families can best be served. And when I saw the saw the title of Child Care Ombudsman, I know that we have been moving in that direction, whether it's senior care or in our social services agencies of having an ombudsman. So I think this is a good addition, because I don't see an ombudsman being a fiscal manager. I see them being a person who would handle those questions that come forward from providers or from parents. So I can understand why that position is there. So thanks for all the work.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Zach or Director Smith, if there's any directed towards her? All right, seeing none? All right, thank you both for being here today.
Thank you.
The next item that we have on the agenda is the review of the SNAP error rate and the administrative match. And so I'd invite Tanya Keys, Deputy Secretary for the Department of Children and Families, to committee, or Secretary Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll be presenting the testimony, and I have Deputy Secretary Keys here if I need any help from the audience. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today. You should have my testimony in front of you. There's a document in testimony format, and then there's another document that we provided that's a bit of a improvement implementation plan related to the payment error rate. So I'm glad to talk with you today about changes in the SNAP program that came about in H.R. 1, the Budget Reconciliation Bill, and the impacts and potential impacts as it relates to the state budget going forward. So just a little bit of background on the SNAP program itself before I get into the administrative cost changes and the payment error rate benefit cost impacts. SNAP is a federal program, administered through the USDA, Food and Nutrition Services. DCF is the agency in Kansas that performs the eligibility determinations, provides the benefits for beneficiaries. As I think you probably all know, it's really intended to be a program that supports the health and well-being of the nation's population by ensuring food supports and food security, supplementing food budgets. There have in the past been nutrition education components. Just as a context in Kansas, just the impact of this, the overall cost of SNAP benefits in the state is about $427 million a year. Those costs on the benefit side don't show up on the state budget. They're an off-budget cost. You do see the administrative costs when you review budgets each year. That $427 million supports just over 186,000 Kansans on a monthly basis. So just to give you that context. For SNAP food assistance participants, monthly benefits are provided on a Kansas benefits card that looks and functions like a debit card that can be used at grocery stores that are enrolled through the USDA as grocery stores that want to participate in SNAP. It can also be used in some cases at farmers market programs, things like that. There are also some employment and work activities that are associated with the SNAP program. There are both federal requirements and requirements that we as a state and through the legislature have put in place, requiring that certain individuals receiving SNAP engage in certain employment or work activities. And there's some employment services that we provide through DCF to some of those individuals. So getting to the heart of the matter here today, when H.R. 1, the federal fiscal year 25 budget reconciliation bill, was passed and signed into law in July, it made a series of changes to the SNAP program. Two of the largest had to do with who would be required to provide certain funding. First, increasing the match for SNAP administration for states, and then potentially adding state responsibility for a share of the benefit costs tied to the state's performance on what's called a payment error rate in terms of how accurate we conduct benefit determinations. There also were some other changes that I'll talk to at the very end of the testimony that related to participant eligibility, increases in work requirements, reducing eligibility for certain non-citizens and things like that. So I'll start with SNAP administrative costs. Prior to October 1, 2026, the administrative costs for SNAP programs under federal law have been borne 50% by the federal government, 50% by state governments. What H.R. 1 did was for all states, it shifted a portion of those costs to states. So beginning October 1, 2026, states would be responsible for 75% of the administrative costs. The federal government would be responsible for 25%. So essentially, what H.R. 1 did was shift 25% of the administrative costs from the federal budget to states. And again, not based on any performance on any state. This is true for every single state. So again, that would mean beginning in federal fiscal year 27, All states, including Kansas, will have to pay 75% of the administrative costs associated with the program. And those are costs like the costs of our eligibility workers who are doing the eligibility determinations, our quality control staff who are assessing the accuracy of that, the automation costs for the key system, the cost of the benefit cards, all those things that would be associated with administering the program. In terms of the financial impact, the annualized cost, as we would look at that, would be projected to be $16.4 million in state funds annually. Because the first impact that hits the state budget doesn't start until October of 2026, you'll see 3/4 of that impact in your next budget, which is about $12.1 million in state general fund dollars. And you'll see that request coming from us as an enhancement request in our budget request to the legislature again. So at $12.1 million. Again, that's 3/4 of the cost because the additional shift of those administrative costs to states would only be in place for 9 months of the state's fiscal year. So that's the first item. And again, so just a direct shift from the federal government to the state, shifting 25% of those administrative costs from federal dollars to state responsibility. The second item in H.R. 1 that I want to spend more time on has to do with the benefit side. So SNAP benefits have always been 100% federally funded. And as I said, in Kansas, that $427 million or so doesn't even show up in your state budget. It's an off-budget item. What H.R. 1 does is shift a portion of those costs to states, depending upon the state's performance in terms of what's called a payment error rate. And we'll go into some of the details about that in a minute. But just in terms of what the H.R. 1 actually does, it would require states to pay anywhere from 0 up to 15% based on where the state's error rate is. So a state that has a 6% error rate or less would pay 0, and then that cost goes up. On the top of page 4, you can see a chart that would show, 5% for error rates from 6 to 7.9%, 10% for 8 to 9.9, and 15% for 10% or higher. The way the bill is structured, this would go into effect in federal fiscal year 2028. So not the budget year you'll be looking at during this session, but the next budget year, October 1 of 2027, is when any impact of this would be experienced. And for the first year, the matching rate will be based on the state's performance on either the federal fiscal year 25 or the federal fiscal year 26 error rate, the federal fiscal year that just ended and the one that we're currently in. And then after that, on an ongoing basis, because this is a permanent change to law, it would be based on it would be based on 3 fiscal years prior to that federal fiscal year. So for example, in federal fiscal year 29, the match would be based on state error rates in federal fiscal year 26. And again, that would just move a year each year. So in federal fiscal year 24, the payment error rate in Kansas was 9.98%, just below the national average. Our cumulative rate so far this year is just over 9%, and I'll give you a little bit more data kind of on a monthly basis in just a minute. So if we made no progress on where we were today, the state would experience an impact of about $40 million in federal fiscal year 28. We will be making progress on that. We've made progress beyond that already. But again, just to give you a context for that. I wanted to pause for just a second and just even explain, what is a payment error rate? There can be a lot of confusion between what a payment error rate is compared to conversations, for example, about fraud. The way the federal government describes payment error rates is that that's a measure of how accurately the state determines eligibility and the amount of benefits that an individual receives. So So in our eligibility staff do that eligibility determination. How well do they do that? Do they make any errors in that? Do they make an error about shelter costs? Do they make an error about income? And this also could have to do with what gets reported by an individual, or is there an error in something that's put on the application? These can be underpayments or overpayments. They can be either one. And there's an extensive kind of quality control process that happens each year that I'll talk about in just a minute around that payment error rate. As one context, I would say, I think it's important to know, I've had many folks ask me, well, do we think we can get those numbers down? And I do think we can, because, prior to COVID, when you really saw the error rates go up dramatically after COVID across the country, starting in fiscal year 24 all the way up into 2019, except for 1 year, the state was below 6% every single year. In some states as low as 4.4 or 3.7. So again, we have a history of doing very well. With COVID, there were some changes that happened federally where certain requirements were waived, interviews didn't happen with recipients, and the actual quality control around this was even paused for a couple years. After that went away, you saw a dramatic increase across the country. So as we stand here today, I think there's less than 10 states that would not experience a cost, based on their performance right now. So again, just a context that it's not at all out of our historic trends to have error rates that would be at the 6% or below. I'm on page 4 of the testimony now. As I said, we are working aggressively to reduce that error rate through an improvement plan. You have a copy of a summary of that improvement plan in a separate document that kind of is blue at the top, has some charts on the front page. And I'll go through those charts in just a minute, but our error rate for federal fiscal year 25 through August was 9.13%, about a percentage less than it had been for the prior year. And looking at just a single month, our error rate for August, the most recent case review month available, was 5.5%. I mean, we're going in the right direction. I'll show you that a little bit more as we go over those charts. As I said, the way this process works is there's quality controls that are required through the federal government. So reviews have to happen of our agency's determinations of eligibility. It's part of what's called the SNAP quality control process. That's a 2-tiered system. It involves both federal and state evaluations. What happens first of all is that the state conducts reviews, and our Kansas case review, we're required to do a sample of about 92 cases per month. The federal agency also then reviews our review. So in the state quality control reviews, you're essentially redoing the entire case. You're talking to the recipient again, you're looking at all of the data to see whether there are any errors. And then the federal agency looks at those as well, and then they'll publish sort of the error rates for each state. As I said, we do have an improvement plan that we have developed. We are working very hard. We've already implemented some policy and process changes. For example, we put in a new process in October that would require further verification of shelter costs at the front end, because we're able to identify where our errors were happening. Errors were happening around shelter, around under income, and in some other areas. So enhanced training in those areas. Then we added some additional front-end verification, some changes to our case review system with supervisors, a number of changes to staff training. And in the attached document, you'll see a 2-page Gantt chart that just really shows all the different areas where we're placing focus to reduce the error rate. We also are looking at through work with a consultant. We brought on a group called Human Services Group, which is a national consultant that has a lot of experience in human services and in SNAP. So they've been in here assessing gaps, and we're just now getting some recommendations from them, and I'll probably be bringing forth even some further policy changes based on those recommendations. We also were grateful to receive a small grant from the Kansas Health Foundation in collaboration with the Kansas Hunger Network, about $275,000, which we'll use for some technology supports. So on page 5, I just have kind of on that arrow chart, just some of the pieces that we've been focused on. And again, some of these took place even before the federal law changed, because we knew that we needed to improve the payment error rate. So implementing targeted case review instruments to make sure we had consistency across the state in how cases were being reviewed. Some more detailed error management reports by our regions, consulting with some of our existing contractors. Some statewide training tools on some very targeted topics where we knew errors were occurring. As I mentioned already, the new policy requiring more verification of shelter costs at the front end, bringing on the consultant, working with our communications team to have more avenues to communicate directly with our clients in areas where they tend to make a lot of errors, so to try to improve those errors. Some upgrades happening this month to what's called our CARE Supervisory Case Review System, again with a focus on those areas where we know we tend to have more errors. Then also implementing some changes to our interview tool with our customers, as well as some personnel management pieces. You have more pieces in the other implementation plan, but that just gives you a sense of those. I did want to mention, before I talk about the data and how we're improving, is as we're focused on this, obviously we're focused on trying to get that number down as low as possible for that very first year, but this is an ongoing change in federal law. So I also want to make sure that the tools and pieces are in place, that no matter what administration is standing in front of you, that they've got the tools to sustain, the improved performance. So you will see requests in the DCF budget for both supplemental and enhancements that are around technology and automation requests. We don't need any new staffing to improve our performance, but there are things that we need to do from an automation standpoint that can reduce the likelihood of human error or correct costs at the front end. For example, I won't go through each one of these. I know we'll go through these during the budget process, but for example, there's an item, QA application to review error-prone cases. I mean, it's really the ability through a bot to identify those cases at the front end that are more likely to have errors, so a supervisor can review those before benefits are issued, and again, avoid that error. So again, you'll see it's 2.8 million all funds in the current year, 1.4 million SGF, and in 27, about 1.6 million, just over 900,000 SGF. Again, these are automation pieces. We don't need new staff in order to make progress on this. I wanted to close on the SNAP benefits payment error rate piece by just talking you through a couple of charts to better explain what how we're doing on the payment error rate, how that compares nationally, how that's calculated, and how we're managing and monitoring this every month. So you have two charts on the top of page 6. The same charts are in the other document. The first one is the cumulative payment error rate. The way the federal government calculates the payment error rate, they look at it over the course of a year. So they average that each month to get to what that cumulative rate is for the year. And as you can see on this chart, if we go back to fiscal year 2022 and 2023, we were a little bit over the national levels at 11.8 and 12.0. We then dropped in federal fiscal year 24 to 9.98%, which was a little below the national average of 10.93. As you then go to the next part of that, we begin federal fiscal year 25. And so federal fiscal year 25 through April, we were at about 10.2 cumulatively, and that's dropped down a little bit each month. to 9.13% now through August. There's always going to be about a 4-month lag based on when the quality control reviews are done. So we're always going to be a little bit behind, but that's sort of where we are cumulatively. I believe that as we get the data for that past fiscal year, we'll go below 9, not where we need to be. So it's been really important to me not just to look at those cumulative amounts, but to look at the monthly amounts. And so that's what we have below. So as you look at that chart, the first two are just, again, what the totals were for those years. But if we look at federal fiscal year 25, again, through April, we're at 10.23, and then beginning to look each month by itself. May was at 6.7, June was at 7.9, July jumped up a little bit to 9.5, and then in August we were down to 5.5. So if I look just at the last 4 months, we were at about 7.0 cumulatively for the last 4 months. So again, we're moving in the right direction. We need to keep all at it, working as hard as we can, because we know that the fiscal year we're in right now will be the one that determines, whether and the amount of match that the state would have to have in federal fiscal year 28. Our magic number is kind of getting to that 6%. You'll see on the implementation plan we provided you that we had set some goals for ourselves that so far we're meeting in terms of when we would expect to get to those 6% numbers. So again, a lot there, but the main thing I wanted you to know was how the law works, how the program works, and the level of effort that we're putting in to push those error rates down, as quickly and as much of a sustainable way as possible to obviously both ensure that benefits are accurate and also to protect the state in terms of resource impacts. There were a couple of other SNAP changes in H.R. 1 that are relevant to talk about as well. It did make additional changes to how certain costs are considered in monthly benefits relating to energy assistance and internet costs, restricted some things there, made some changes to how benefits are set nationally that probably will reduce the level at which benefits go up in the future. It eliminated some of the programs around SNAP education. We, for example, had a contract with K-State that would go away. And then, maybe more significantly, it ended eligibility for some non-citizen populations that had previously been eligible to receive SNAP, at least for limited time periods, refugees, asylees, and certain others. That will impact about 4,000 persons in Kansas. The federal bill also increased the work requirements for SNAP participants. There's a category in SNAP that's related to able-bodied adults. We have a lot of people on SNAP who are, elderly and disabled, but we also have a group of able-bodied adults without dependents who have to participate in the SNAP work program. The H.R. 1 increased that requirement age from 60 to 64. That will impact about 2,800 more persons. And able-bodied adults without dependents can only get 3 months of SNAP food assistance in a 36-month period if they don't meet work requirements. And that's mandatory participation of 30 hours per week. It also lowered work exemptions for parents with children under 18 to those with children under 14, and removed some other work exemptions that had existed related to people who are homeless, young adults who age out of foster care, and certain veterans. So combined, those work requirements impact around 17,000, 18,000 Kansans with new work requirements. So you will also see in our budget a supplemental enhancement related to the costs associated with providing some of the additional employment and training supports to those individuals. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. I know I went through a lot of information, but I think I want you to know how focused we are as an agency on pushing that payment error rate down as quickly and sustainably as we can.
All right, thank you, Secretary Howard. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so my understanding is that we will probably owe about $40 million because our error rate is between 8 and 10%. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Representative. If our payment error rate stayed at what it had been at the end of the last federal fiscal year, that would be $40 million. But as I indicated, even as we look at the last 4 months, we're down to about 7% and continuing to push down. So,
But the average is somewhere in the 9. If you were to take each month and average that out, we'd be over 9%?
It was last year. I think this federal fiscal year will go just slightly under 9%. And then we have the federal fiscal year that ended last October should fall right under 9% because we're at 9.1 right now. And then we have the federal fiscal year we're in to continue to make progress. So, I don't stand here to make guarantees that it will be zero. I can tell you we're working very hard. I don't believe we will be in the 8 to 9.9% based on even our current performance.
So,
We're just below
Madam
9 now.
Secretary, what is Idaho and Iowa doing right that Kansas is doing wrong to have such a high error rate, regardless of whether 9% is the average in the U.S.? That's very high. And considering the things we're seeing in other states related to all types of fraud, I think this is very concerning. So I want to know, what are they doing right and what are we doing wrong?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We spent a lot of time actually talking to some of those other states. We've talked to Wyoming, who has been able to sustain a rate of about 5%. We've talked to Idaho. We've talked to Iowa as well. I think the things that we're doing in terms of, the very, very focused effort to understand where errors are, the focused staff training in those errors, putting in new policies to require more additional verifications up front that the USDA doesn't require that states do. We really are looking at, what are those states doing who are successful? As we stand here today, more than 40 states would face financial penalties as we stand here today. We're certainly not alone, but there is that small handful of states that have done very well, and we are looking at every tool that they have to offer. And that's partly why we brought in a consultant to say, hey, are we missing some things that other states are doing? So we've already implemented some of those things we learned from other states. For example, when I talked about the shelter verification, the USDA didn't require that all of those costs have verification at the front end. Individuals report what those are. We added that verification in October. That was a significant area. That was something we learned, I think, from Idaho, that they saw a significant impact reducing their error rate when they did that. I think there'll be a few other policy things like that, Representative, that we'll also bring forward as well in the coming weeks and months. But as we look across the country, as I said, I think we are below the national average, but not where we need to be. And, more than 40 states right now would face a penalty. And again, not defending where we've been, but we are working very hard to bring that down. I feel very good about the fact that as we look at the last 4 months, we are at an average of about 7%. So we're moving in the right direction. We have to stay laser focused, for not just the next 12 months, but on an ongoing basis, which is partly also why some of the other states talked a lot about some of the automation tools they had to try to reduce human error. And that's why you see us bringing forth some requests, some, I think, modest requests for some funding to add some automation to take away those human or client errors that automation would help us to prevent. So I think those are the main things we heard from other states were, a couple of those kinds of policies, really focused, consistent staff training, and automation that can take away human error.
Representative Williams.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so the USDA provides administrative grants, they provide incentive grants, they provide quality control grants. Are we going to be, other than administration, which is provided to everyone, are we going to be able to qualify? Because apparently we're reducing our rate, so we should be able to get some type of improvement grants that we could use to offset the cost of the very high error rate. And unfortunately, Kansans are going to have to pay for DCF's errors. So tell me about, are you applying for those? Are they automatic?
There are certain things through the quality control process where states can earn certain incentives. Those would be automatic, and as we reduce our rates, we would seek to secure any of those that we can. You know, they're also, states also sometimes incur penalties. In the past, you know, for example, if states were above certain thresholds for more than 2 years, they would incur penalties. That's not happened to Kansas. That has happened to other states. So yes, we would look to secure anything that we could. I mean, in terms of added federal resources, we don't know what those will be at this point in time in terms of where we're at and what those will look like. And I just feel very focused on the fact that that some small additional investment today and some automation can, I think, help us to sustain and make sure we're setting a strong groundwork to really be able to sustain these low rates. And again, as I told you at the front end, it's not at all out of the norm for Kansas to have payment error rates below 6%, nor is it for other states. But as you go into COVID, most states really sprung up after that. We were one of those. We were already starting to go down a little bit. We're working very, very hard to push those numbers down more quickly to reduce or avert a cost to the state, you know, in the federal fiscal year 28.
And Mr. Chair, my last question.
Yes.
Okay, so on the SNAP subject, we put in a proviso that a waiver would be sent to the federal government, and you did submit a waiver for excluding soda and candy. However, while 18 other states were approved of this waiver, Kansas has not. It kind of feels like Kansas has not provided all the necessary information on the application so we could have approval, because we still don't have approval. And we provided the EPT funds in exchange for the waiver, and yet it has never been finalized. So what in that application has Kansas not provided that 18 other states have, so we have not been approved? And when do you expect that to be approved?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We actually had a call, my team did, with FNS. I think it was yesterday. Was the 5th yesterday? Yeah, I think it was just yesterday. And continue to sort of go through kind of their checklist of pieces that they needed. One of the things that we've done recently is we have an RFP on the street that would have a contractor in place that would help us and help our retailers with the transition to the healthy food pieces. The FNS was very pleased to hear about that. And I think our team took very positives from that call in terms of when we may see actions from the USDA on our waiver request. So they're very pleased that we were taking those next steps so that we would have a vendor out there that could really help with communication plans for both vendors and participants about what that will mean as far as some of our compliance and monitoring plans. So again, that RFP is on the street to give us that additional support. That closes February 17th. And again, I think in our most recent call, and we've been having calls with FNS probably about every 6 weeks just to go over the pieces that we have in place. So I actually feel good about that. I would expect to hear a response in just the next few weeks from the USDA. They were very positive in the call this week about the steps that we've taken as a state. So,
Any other further questions for the Secretary? Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, you mentioned about the request for the $2.1 million to help with technology. Is this technology or similar technology like that? Is that something that is being used I think you mentioned Idaho and Iowa. Is that something that they have been using to help with to keep down their error rate?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Yes, several of the states talked about their use of technology in the form of like bots or things like that that would be able to help the state identify human error. I mean, maybe someone what they reported or what got actually written down was wrong. Some states as well. I mean, for example, one of the things we asked for funding for was to connect with this NAC clearinghouse that would, again, help us make sure there weren't any issues of benefits in more than one state. So again, several of the states talked about those tools as just sort of helping them to kind of get over the hump. I mean, this is really hard work. I mean, the qualifications for SNAP, I mean, they're very, very detailed. You're always going to have some human error, but I think several of those states all said that the automation just really helped them to make maybe that just additional progress to reduce human error that you might see and provide some other ways to have cross-checks, so.
And those funds at 2.1, and I think you mentioned that there would be an ongoing cost of, I think it was a little over $1 million to maintain that program, but that, or 1.3, that would help to ensure that we wouldn't be penalized with $40 million. Is that right?
Yes, Senator, that's correct. I mean, that context and just the additional work we're doing, we're working very hard to get that number down. I'd obviously like to get below 6%. I'm pleased that the last few months we're at 7%, which would put us in the lower category if we sustain that, but we're working hard to keep pushing that down even lower.
And lastly, there's really not anything, because it was in the HB1, there's not really anything that we can do about the change from the 50-50 to the 75-20 shift of costs to the state. That's going to be ongoing and in place, no matter what we do, correct?
Yes, Senator, unless that were changed federally, that's a shift to every state. That's really just a cost shifting from the federal government to state governments, nothing to do with state performances.
And that's a little over $4 million?
No, that is $12 million in your next fiscal year budget. It's about $16 million annualized. Yeah, it'd be $16 million annualized. You'd experience it for 3/4 of the next state fiscal year, about $12 million.
12 million.
And again, that's just a straight cost shift.
Thank you.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today, Secretary. I guess just a couple things. First, is the application for SNAP, is this the same from state to state to state? Is it a lengthy application? How many pages is it? I mean, what are we talking here?
It's fairly lengthy. We'd be happy to provide the committee a copy of that, and the quality control document's very lengthy as well. I mean, there's a lot of detail that goes into it in terms of looking at who's in the household, looking at various forms of earned and unearned income. And it has a whole sense of criteria in terms of costs that are counted or offset, a portion of utility costs or a portion of communications costs, or, so it's very, very complex. I mean, it'd be very similar from state to state, but states do have some flexibility to have some different policies.
So, if we're talking anywhere from 9% to maybe a better month of 7%, we're talking a lot of errors. Is it the same type errors on all these applications? I mean, let's just use, for instance, the shelter. Is there a lot of mistakes on shelter? Is there a lot of mistakes on income? Is there a lot of mistakes on citizenship? I mean, what's the big, there's got to be a few items there that are duplicated on, application after application. To me, I can't understand why we would have any mistakes. I mean, it seems to me like it's, if it says, are you working? Either you are, yes or no. Your income, it's either this or it isn't this. I find it hard to believe that we have this kind of mistakes in this type stuff, and it's costing us a lot of money.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, it is very complex, and when you called out, is it a certain number of mistakes? Some of the work that we've done is to really try to dig really deep into where are the errors occurring, both from staff and from clients. And it's important to know that some of this is at the front end when the application takes place. Did all income get reported? Did it get reported accurately? Did, every household member? But then also, there are things that can change during the course of the case that need to be reported. If those aren't reported or they're reported inaccurately, I mean, let's use this is kind of a dumb example, but it kind of hits home for people. For example, if you have a minor in your house and they're working at a small job, I don't know, delivering newspapers or working at the grocery store, and if they're a minor, their income doesn't count. So say you have a high school student and they're 17 and this month they turned 18. You didn't remember that you should report that. You're thinking they're still just your kid. That person turned 18, that income should now count on that case. So that didn't happen for that month. So again, there's just a whole variety of pieces. But again, that's where we've really dug deep to say we're seeing things on shelter, we're seeing things on unearned income. Where does child support fit in? All those. So we know the areas where we're having the most errors. That's where we facilitated the training. That's where we put in more verification at the front end on shelter because we were seeing those costs. And I think we're beginning to see some of those things pay off and really seeing those numbers begin to go down.
That's why I asked that question, because it seems to me like the initial application, if you say we're messing up on the initial application, by golly, that ought to be something that we ought to be able to train our folks and get this straight at least from the start.
We're working very hard on it, Senator. And as I said, it is amazing how complex it is in terms of all of the criteria that go into it. And be happy to, like I said, happy to share the application with you so you can see all the various elements and all the different rules and requirements. But we're working very hard. We worked very hard to identify where those pieces are. And as I said, I think we're making very good progress. I want to make sure we sustain that progress and put the state in a good position moving forward.
And if you just focus on the initial application. Let's just try to get that piece cleaned up in the whole doggone mess and say, let's make sure that we focus in every one of these applications, we've got everything correct that we think we've got correct, and make sure that we do have it correct. And like you said, if they turned 18 and they were, not part of the application, all of a sudden now their income's being counted. I understand that. That's changes, which, do they have to come in every 6 months and kind of have a review, or is there any of that kind of stuff goes on?
Yes, there are periods of time for reviews, and partly those are some of the other policy changes we're looking at in terms of whether or not we should change those timeframes to make that more frequent, some things like that. Again, based on where those errors are. So, yes, Senator, absolutely.
I want to thank you, and like I said, let's pick out the initial application and let's start there and let's focus on that where we have no rates that are not correct or whatever it might be, but focus on something and move on down the line. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I might say in the additional document you have, one of the pieces that we call out in that document as well is you can already see some areas where we've made some significant improvement. For example, in the proportion of errors that are from our staff versus clients, and you can see that we've reduced the staff errors just in a couple of reporting periods down from down to just about a third of the errors when they were more than half of the errors. So again, we're making progress on the staff side. We're trying to work hard on the client communication side as well, and we are focused on that front end, Senator, very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One final question, Representative Ballard.
Thank you. Just for clarification, I'm following very much just the line of questioning he has with making sure the application is correct. But from what I can gather, either from NCSL or when we've talked about this error is a big problem with almost every state.
Yes,
Am I
Representative,
correct?
that's correct. That's correct.
With almost every state. Now, different degrees of mistakes, but it's what they're requiring unusual that all states are having problems with this, or are we just worse than most?
Well, actually, last year, we were below the national average in terms of error rates, which was good, but that's not good in terms of where we need to be. So that was good. But as I said, 40 states today would face a penalty in terms of having to pay a portion of
now
those
that's
benefits.
40 out of 50.
Yeah, 40 out of 50 states would have to pay a penalty. And again, as I said earlier, we have a history, as do most states, of having much lower error rates. Some some things happened. I mean, I really do attribute a lot of this to some of the changes that occurred around the COVID time, where quality reviews weren't done for a couple years based on USDA changes in policy. This wasn't calculated. Interviews were waived with clients. A number of things like that occurred during that time period. And also states experience, significant workforce issues and pressures and turnovers. So you kind of come back, you have new staff, you're starting to do these things. And again, not an excuse, but you can see the trend. I mean, you've got this line that looks like this, and then nationally it goes like this. And we kind of followed right there with it. And so again, I think all states are trying to work really hard to get this down. I feel good about the effort we're putting into it.
Okay. So in essence, we are making improvement.
We are, as
And
I
I
said,
understand,
the last 4 months, I mean, we would be at about 7.
Are
so,
saying that
yes.
we shouldn't have
Yes.
errors. Well, I think you're always going to have errors. Why does 40 states, but in different degrees?
Yes.
So it's costing us money. That's what basically I hear. And it's costing us money. We all know it's costing us money. But what I can't figure out is there something else going on that so many states are having the problem trying to answer the proper questions, making sure that we're deducting what we're supposed to do and everything else. And you don't have to go into a long way. I think we understand maybe what the problem is, but I'm very honest. It seems that perhaps we're exacerbating what the problem really is. And I don't know what the problem is. We know we shouldn't have errors. We have errors. We're going to have to correct them. But we're not the only state that's doing poorly in that area. That doesn't mean that we don't have to do any better, but do they tell you what areas you need to improve in, or you have to guess?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. No, it's not a guess. I mean, and we find that out ourselves because, we are the first line of doing that quality control. And where did those errors take place? What was it an error about? Was it from the client? Was it from the staff? Was it about the family composition? Was it about shelter? So we've identified those 3 or 4 areas where we need to put the most focus, and we're doing that in our training and in all of our discussions with other states. And I've been at some national meetings as well where, all states are kind of sharing the tricks of the trade, right? And it's just hard work. I mean, is what it really is. It's focused staff training, it's consistency, it's automation tools to help prevent human errors. It's focusing on those areas and making policy changes in some cases to try to avert some errors at the front end. So again, it's hard, deliberate work. We're focused on that. I mean, I can't tell you how much effort's going on in our agency. We've got 6 Tiger teams across the state. All of our regions are totally engaged. I mean, this is number one.
I understand. I just wanted to weigh in on this too, because we're not the only people doing it. It doesn't make it right. And misery likes company, but we don't want any more misery. So we have to just look at this and do better.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
One final question, Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just real quick, so what was the error rate before COVID for us and nationally?
So if we were to look at, let me say 2018, I think we were at 5.9. Nationally was just slightly over that, maybe about 6.5. I think we'd gone up a little bit in 2019 to 7.1. That was about the average rate nationally.
All right,
years
so
before that, 5, 4, 6.
Yeah. So I mean, I think I find it very interesting that because of COVID, all of a sudden now we have this huge error rate, and you can say it's on 40 other states and whatever. I don't really care. I mean, what seems like has happened is we've gotten very lackadaisical on making sure that those error rates aren't happening. So I'm glad that H.R. 1, the big beautiful bill, passed, because it looks like it was a wake-up call to us and other states to get this fixed. So I guess my last question is, have you reported the data to the feds that we're supposed to report on the undocumented workers?
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. Are you talking about the request to all states for data?
Yes.
We have not, Representative Hoffman. We are one of 25,
I don't
26
care
states.
for one or whatever. How many, why have we not reported it? What-
Because our legal interpretation of the notice that they put out around the data would mean that they would be using that data for reasons that federal law says are unlawful. That's what the federal lawsuit was about that 25 other states were in. We're in an appeal process. My understanding from talking with my legal team is that the federal agency has agreed in the context of the lawsuit to revise the notice that they put out. We anticipate seeing that sometime here in the next few weeks, and I'm hopeful that at that point we would be able to release that data. So, but again, we've not at this point. Again, based on our legal view. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've gotten behind on the agenda, so thank you for being here, Secretary. So we're going to move on to Scott Bruner, Deputy Secretary of Hospitals and Facilities with the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, to give us an update on the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretary at ks.gov for Hospitals and Facilities, and I was asked to give you an update on our progress on the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital. So I've got some slides that I'll just walk through. Just for a little bit of context, the South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital is a 104-bed state psychiatric hospital that's under the jurisdiction of KDADS, and it'll be under my supervision. When we get the building operational, it'll primarily serve Sedgwick, Butler, Cowley, Harvey, Sumner, and Sumner counties. Those are the counties that are identified as the catchment area for that hospital, and it'll work in cooperation with the existing hospitals at Larned and Osawatomie to serve people around the state. Of the 104 beds, the building's evenly divided. 52 of those beds will serve adults in mental health crisis that have an acute mental illness. Those are individuals that are screened by community mental health centers as needing state hospital level of care and are found by a court to need involuntary commitment. So 52 of the beds will be for that purpose. The other 52 beds will be forensic beds. They'll serve individuals that have a criminal charge, and they've been asked or been ordered by a court to have their competency to stand trial either evaluated or go through the restoration process. We do have in both of those populations on the civil commitment side for individuals that are in emergency departments or served by community mental health centers without enough state hospital beds. They're waiting for care either in emergency departments or in other locations where they're not getting an adequate amount of care. They're being just held until the state hospital bed's available. So opening these 52 beds will help in the 5 counties, but it'll help the whole state by giving us some additional capacity in the system. For competency cases, those by opening those 52 beds, we'll be able to serve individuals in county jails that are waiting for competency, that either are now waiting to go to Larned, typically, but we can get them into the facility in Wichita and serve them faster there. We do have some flexibility from the legislature to compensate counties for time that criminal defendants are waiting for placement at Larned, so we're hoping those expenses will go down too as we get the beds online. On the 4th slide, I was just doing a list of kind of the history of the project to lay out kind of the time frame for those of you who haven't been as exposed to it over time, and I thought that made a nice timeline. The one problem is that the dots on the timeline are not evenly spaced, so please don't think every one of those is a month. That jumps around a little bit, but we started in 2023, with the Governor Kelly recommended the funding of a 50-bed hospital for this purpose. We worked with you all to discuss that over the 2023 session. In March of 2023, we entered an agreement with Sedgwick County to work with them to help us construct this hospital. And at the same time, about the same time, they applied for some SPARK ARPA COVID relief funding to build a psychiatric hospital that would be built in Sedgwick County. We combined those projects together and kind of had common cause around wanting to build a facility, the county, and wanting it to be a state-operated facility. So we partnered with the county. They are our building partner. They're actually involved in the land acquisition, contracting with the construction company and helping oversee the construction project. So they'll get the building built for us with our help. And then when the building's substantially complete, they'll turn ownership of the building over to us to operate as a state psychiatric hospital. So our first appropriation was in July of 2023, and I'll go through more of this a little bit later. But we've been working with Sedgwick County throughout the whole project. They awarded in December of 2023 a contract with an architecture firm to do the design work. We spent about a year on the design process. In August of 2024, the county, working with us, acquired property at the corner of MacArthur and Meridian in South Wichita as the building site for our facility, and we can talk more about the RFP process for that if you'd like to, but that's when we closed on the property. In December 2024, Sedgwick County awarded a construction contract to Key Construction to be our building partner. And in February 2025, the site was cleared and we started construction. So from there, we're in the construction process. I'll show you some pictures here in just a minute and tell you kind of where we are in the building process. The schedule tells us that we'll be done with the building by October of 2026. The facility will be turned over to us in November of 2026, and then our objective is to admit our first patient in January of 2027. So that means this is going to touch, it's touched all the fiscal years up to now. And I'll talk a little bit about what's in our fiscal year 2026 approved request and what we've got in fiscal 2027 that you'll see when you come back next week. On slide 5, again, we started construction in February. And you'll see from the pictures, the first floor is almost entirely constructed. The second story is almost entirely enclosed. The parking lot's been mostly preliminary paved, and the site's all prepared. 2 of the patient units are completely enclosed, and they're in the process of installing windows, and we're in the finishing, starting to hang drywall interior. And then again, a lot of the site work is already done. You'll see that from the pictures. Part of the project funding was state general fund appropriation that you appropriated to KDADS for this purpose. There was also a $25 million Spark award that went to Sedgwick County that was part of this project as well, and just wanted to update you that that money's been completely distributed to Sedgwick County, and they've spent it on the construction, so we've closed out actually the Spark ARPA component of the project well before the deadline to use those funds. And then last legislative session, the bill, you helped us pass a bill to name the facility South Central Regional Mental Health Hospital, authorize it in statute as its own state agency, designate the catchment area that I've already described, the 5 counties, and then also make sure it fits with the other statutes around competency and care and treatment. And that passed in House Bill 2249. So we've been operating as an independent agency or standalone agency for most of this year. The financial operations and accounting will really start on July 2026 and for the fiscal year 2027. On the 6th slide, just a couple of operational updates. We've got 3 full-time staff working for the hospital, a superintendent, a facilities director, and an information technology manager. We're working this month to get to finalize our human resources director, the chief nursing officer, and chief operations officer, and our chief medical officer as kind of the critical, the key leadership team. We need all those positions in place to get all the things we need to do around developing the clinical treatment program, recruiting other licensed professionals that do a lot of the work, make sure all of the building equipment's going to be ready to go, all the training materials are in place, all those kinds of things. So that's what we're working on in the next couple of months. And then there's another round of hiring that we'll do kind of all through the year. But that's to really get the leadership team in place so we can have all the infrastructure ready to go as we get the building complete and we hire the large tranche of staff that we need to open the building and serve patients. Just a lot of infrastructure has to be put in place for that. We've drafted a request for proposal for an electronic health record system for this hospital. And also, we've been talking to our HR team about the challenge of how do we go from having 3 people on board to having close to 350 or 400 people needed to open the building in January. Just that's too much of a lift for our human resources team. So we're going to bring on a vendor to help us with recruiting and onboarding that initial hiring round of staff and really rely on some private sector expertise to both recruit people. Again, you've heard about issues with healthcare staffing and the requirements needed for that. So we're going to look for some help to make that a little bit of an easier process. We're also actively going through all of our existing contracts, state contracts and things that we have at other state hospitals that need to be amended to include the South Central Regional in the scope, including some medical supplies and our pharmacy contracts, things like that. So a lot of things that have to happen to be ready to open a building while the construction's happening. On the 7th slide, I keep looking at the screens, but on the 7th slide, there's a couple of photographs of the construction site. The one on the left is an aerial picture that we took at I think it was the end of May, that shows some of the concrete pad of 2 of the patient units, and then the taller section in the center is the part of the gymnasium, the precast concrete walls that make up the gymnasium. And then the other pictures from January 2nd, so I think that was Friday, of kind of where we are now. So again, you can see on the west side of the building, those 2 patient units are almost entirely enclosed. The roof is on. The interior piping, ductwork, HVAC is in place. We're going through a final walkthrough actually this afternoon. I'm not. The team is walking through to make sure all of the layout of all the junction boxes, plumbing fixtures for one patient room is identified and clarified, so we can start closing up the walls on those two units on the west side. And the construction kind of operates around in clockwise to the 2 civil commitment units on the east side. One of those is about half complete. The other is the steel framing is going up, but we're making good progress on that. The second story of the building that you can kind of see is where our administrative spaces are going to be. In working with the county on acquiring property and working on the design of 104 beds and what space that would take, we're a little landlocked on our lot, so there was no room to keep spreading out to add the administrative office space, HVAC spaces, mechanical spaces on a 1-story building. So we added a 2nd story. And that's where all of our mechanical, electrical, administrative offices are. And the benefit of that is we can separate that from the patient spaces. So that's in a very secure building where we want to make sure people don't move around in an uncontrolled way. Should never be a patient on the 2nd floor. And so that's been part of the design as well. And then you can see on the kind of lower part of the picture, there's a circle drive that's where the lobby area is. That's been poured, and then you can see the kind of trailers and other construction equipment that's in the parking lot that's there to the south. But we're on good track to meet our timelines in terms of the construction and build and be ready to occupy the building. A lot of progress that's been made over the last, since the spring. Then the last couple of comments I wanted to make were about our budget request. So on slide 8, I tried to capture at a high level what's in the budget request that we submitted to the governor's office in September. Our base appropriation, or what's in what the Division of Budget would call our allocation, is a $15 million state general fund appropriation. So the base budget column there represents what we budgeted out of that for that $15 million. There's a salary and wage amount that's a little over $7 million, 6.6 for contractual services and so on. That adds up to $15 million and represents about the staff that we'll need this year. Or we expect to have hired, which is around 60 positions or so. What we've asked for as an enhancement to get for fiscal 27. What we've asked for as an enhancement is to get us to our full staff complement that we need to open the building. That represents the full team of 401 people or so being on board about October of 2026, so we can get them hired, trained and ready to serve patients starting in January. And so the building would be operational for half of the fiscal year. This represents maybe about 60% of the staffing being on board for the fiscal year. So our enhancement request that's in the governor's, that we submitted to the governor's office, was for about $31 million to represent the full staff complement, the food contract, our medical services, medical expenses, pharmacy equipment, that kinds of things that we'll need that are not included in the construction to get the building operational. To get it operational and then serve patients for 6 months at the end of the fiscal year 2027. And then as I was writing that, I realized I probably need to give you a little bit background on where we are for fiscal 26 as well. And so I should have done them in the opposite order. But so for fiscal year 26, what's in the budget, again, we've been appropriated $15 million a year since 2023. And that's in the 26 approved budget as well. You all approved an additional $26.5 million in fiscal 2024 that helped us make the decision to go from building a 50-bed hospital to a 100-bed hospital. And then the $25 million in Spark funding. So in total for the project, there's $111 million that's been appropriated through fiscal year 2026. We're spending that money, again, we have a very small operational team, but most of that money is going to the construction, the cost of constructions, land acquisition, and other expenses that the county has to do the building project, and that'll continue for this fiscal year as well. So coming into fiscal year 2026, there was a $70.1 million reappropriation of unspent funds that came into this fiscal year. That's all for construction costs that we are going to spend over the course of this fiscal year as we get the building opened. So as you look at that and writing your budget bill, we'd want that reappropriation to stay with us so we can continue making the payments to the county and get the building completed on schedule. Mr. Chairman, that was a very high-level overview. I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you, Scott. Committee, are there any questions for Scott? Seeing none? All right, thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the review of the Children's Health Insurance Program Enhancement Request. And I would invite Christine Osterland, the Deputy Secretary of Medicaid Director for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Christine.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. Christine Osterland, Deputy Secretary and State Medicaid Director. I'm going to talk today, as the Chairman stated, on our request around the Children's Health Insurance Program. So I'll start just a little bit because I wasn't sure if everybody was familiar. The CHIP program and from a budget perspective, some of the differences between that and Medicaid. So the CHIP program, we've had it in Kansas since 1999. The big difference between Medicaid and CHIP when you come to children is Medicaid, you have the provision which people refer to as EPSDT, which is any medically necessary service to treat or ameliorate a condition a child on Medicaid is eligible for. In CHIP, because it's a Medicaid lookalike, it's a defined benefit set. So even if that benefit would treat or ameliorate a condition, if it's not on the defined list of benefits, much more similar to a commercial plan, then it is not covered. Another difference between Medicaid and CHIP is Medicaid for children goes up to 21. CHIP goes up to the age of 19. They do stay enrolled the month they turn 19 to the end of that month. A couple exceptions there. If the member is pregnant, when they turn 19 or in their 12-month postpartum coverage, they would remain enrolled in CHIP until the end of that 12-month period. Another difference with CHIP enrollment is when a member applies for CHIP, when they are approved, the enrollment or eligibility for CHIP starts from the first of the next month going forward. In Medicaid, when you submit an application, once we approve it, it's backdated to the first of the month in which you applied. So CHIP is a prospective program. Another major difference is the funding split with the federal government. In Medicaid, we're at about 61% federal and 39% state funds. In the CHIP program, it's about 70% of the CHIP program is paid by the federal government. The state pays the rest. And there's also match ranging from 50 to 90% for systems, staff, and others. And the current enrollment in CHIP as the end of November was just over 57,000. So now I'll get to the details on our request and why we're here. So as you know, we have requested $26 million for state fiscal year 2027. The CHIP program and the funding from the federal government runs on a federal fiscal year, which is why this request will start in 2027, and we do not have a request for the current fiscal year. I want to really talk through some of the key factors that kind of led us here and why we have the need for an additional $26 million. So when we started the unwinding from the public health emergency, KDHE had kind of created estimates of where we thought Medicaid enrollment and CHIP enrollment would end up. As we ended the unwinding, we really used our pre-pandemic numbers as kind of our baseline of where we thought those enrollment numbers would end. As now we have more than a year post-unwinding, what we're seeing in our CHIP program is our enrollment is higher than we anticipated as we were developing our estimates for unwinding. So we're running on average about 10,000 to 12,000 more children a month enrolled in CHIP. Kind of on the flip side, our most recent caseloads, we actually lowered our Medicaid projections because Medicaid enrollment actually was a little bit lower. So that's one of the primary drivers for this request is we are running more children. The other factor is there's higher utilization. We believe this is temporary. We're hoping it is. But we've seen this on the Medicaid side as well, that for certain services, behavioral health was one of them. We did see increases during the pandemic in those services, and they kind of stayed at that increased level. We are starting to see what we believe is the first step down, so we're kind of hoping that those service utilizations might return to more normal. But again, until that occurs, we are still in this period of higher utilization for these children that may remain enrolled. And then the last bullet is where I'm going to spend a fair amount of my time. As we started the unwinding and we built our estimates, we were kind of thrown a couple curveballs from the federal government. One was in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2023, and the other one was a final rule issued by CMS. What these two items did is a little bit of history with CHIP is most families pay a small premium to be enrolled in the CHIP program. Under the previous program that prior to the pandemic, if the family did not pay their premium for 2 invoice cycles, or essentially 60 days, they were disenrolled, the child was disenrolled from CHIP. And then there was a 3-month basically lockout or penalty period where the child would remain disenrolled before they paid their premium, they could come back on. So during the course of a year, we had a cohort of children that we were only paying maybe 9 months of the year for them to be in CHIP, maybe less than that, depending on how many penalty cycles that they went through. What these changes did is it prevented the state from disenrolling children for non-payment of premium. So once they're enrolled now, they get 12 months of continuous eligibility, whether their parents pay a dime in premiums or not. When they get to the end of that 12 months, they're now in their renewal. At that point, they do have to pay whatever premiums are in arrears. But what that means is we're covering, instead of covering these children for, again, maybe 9 months, 8 months, we're paying for the full 12 months premiums. The other item that was contained in these changes was also that we are prevented from doing any kind of penalty period. So again, if there is non-payment of premium, even if the state wanted to consider saying, okay, well, when you come to renewal, we're going to give you a penalty period since you didn't pay your premiums during that last year of enrollment, the state is now forbidden of having a penalty period. So really essentially what it means, they get 12 months continuous coverage. During their renewal period, they will have to pay those premiums for that renewal to be approved if they still meet all other eligibility requirements. And so really what that did, just to kind of give you a perspective, we were paying before in about 120,000 member months, because again, we count, so for each child, it's potentially 12 months that they get. In 2027 state fiscal year, that number is going to go up to about 138,000 member months is what we'll be paying for. So even though it may be a smaller cohort of individuals, it does result in a lot more member months being paid for. by the state and the federal government. So we've already submitted a request to the federal government for the federal share of the increase. That's about just shy of 49 million that the federal government, that we've asked them for to increase our allotment for CHIP. And then again, as you see in our request, it's 26 million of state funds for state fiscal year. But I wanted to share really what was driving this request. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, and thank you for being here, Christine. Committee, are there any questions? Representative Ballard.
Thank you very much for being here today. Can I back up a little bit because I'm a little confused? If we go back to 25, the agency revised estimate included the deletion of the 58 million. Okay, in other words, including 19 million in SGF for CHIP. So the decrease was due to funds that were reappropriated. So you hadn't used the money, so you reappropriated to use it, okay? Right? So if you deleted the 58, no, it's getting confusing for me at this point. So last year, we didn't need the money.
Yes, because we had estimated and projected that our enrollment numbers would go down and would return to historical levels, so we didn't think we would need all of that money based on where we thought the enrollment numbers for CHIP would be. And of course, that did not come to fruition, and in fact, we stayed consistently well above where we were pre-pandemic.
Okay, so the 26 million is because the program is growing. Also, the family has to pay the small premium.
The premium has always been, since we've had the program, most families had to pay a small premium. The difference now is if they do not pay that premium, we cannot disenroll them. So prior to the PHE, because remember the PHE stopped any disenrollment, but 2019 backwards, if a family had a $20 or $50 premium, those are typically what our premium amounts are, and they didn't pay that premium for 2 months, that child would be disenrolled. The family would have a lockout period or a penalty period of 3 months. So that child would not have CHIP coverage for 3 months. And then if they paid the premium at the end of the 3 months, they would come back on to the CHIP program for the remainder of their year cycle. The change was in the Consolidated Appropriations Act, they now prevent us from disenrolling for non-payment of premium. So they remain enrolled even if their family is not paying their allotted premium amount.
Okay, so if I think I understand now. Even though if I would look at it and would say, well, gee, you didn't need the money last year. Well, that's because you didn't think you were going to need it, but then you reappropriated the money, so you did use the money.
Yeah, and yes, we didn't think, because again, we projected a lower enrollment, and then of course, we're a little bit surprised by the change in the premium and not being able to disenroll families. So yes, we were optimistic in thinking we wouldn't need the money for CHIP when in fact, with all the changes.
So the 26 million, now, is that a percentage increase? Meaning,
It's
did your program increase?
It's about 14%.
14%.
Of the overall CHIP budget, it's about 14%.
And the enrollment has gone up significantly?
It's gone up, it ranges between 15 and 17%.
Okay.
So it's pretty close, the amount we're asking for, to what our increased enrollment is. It's not quite a one-for-one, our enrollment increase. But enrollment, you got to remember, that's an average, because every month, who's enrolled changes. So this month, I could say we're 10% above or 10,000 above our projections. Next month, it might be 9,000. The next month, it might be 12,000. Because unfortunately, CHIP and Medicaid enrollment is never a flat line.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So since this is the first year of this change, correct?
For the entire change to be implemented, yes. The last piece of it was June of '25, so we're just about 6 months in.
Okay. So, so will you be able to, because does CHIP work like Medicaid in that you are enrolled at your birthday, or how is a child enrolled? Are they?
It's based on their application, so if they submit their application, what month are we, January? If they submit their application in January, let's say we approve it on February 15th, March 1 would be their enrollment date, and then they would get 12 months of enrollment, just like a Medicaid child at that point would. They would get that 12 months, and so then March would become their renewal month. Where their age comes in is, let's say their birth date is June, and they turn 19 in June, then on July 1, if they're not pregnant or in postpartum, then they would be disenrolled.
So will you be able to, I'm sure this is a stat that you'll be looking at, because you said now, with the changes that have been made through the consolidated appropriation, that we have to keep them on, even if they don't pay the premium for the 12 months. And then if that family then applies after that 12 months for the next year, they have to make up whether it's 1 or whether it's 6 premiums that they've skipped. I'm just curious, will you be tracking what that percentage
Yeah,
change?
because the first part of the change went in January. So yes, we're starting to look at that, of how many families, when they get to that 12 months, are, staying on the program. How many? We're not seeing a change in our overall numbers of enrollment. It's still staying higher than 2019. So again, even though we don't have a full year's worth of data in, that indication would be that they are then paying their premiums when they're in that renewal period, and then that child, if they still meet eligibility requirements. But yes, as we continue to get closer to a full year's worth of data, we will have a good snapshot of what that looks like, how many families don't pay their premiums during the year, what happens to them at renewal. Do they fall off for a period of time and then try to come back on? Maybe I don't have the money today to pay their arrears and premiums. Am I waiting 3 months and then applying again? We'll be able to provide a lot of that breakdown of what that looks like, and what kind of on and off cycles we may have.
Thank you.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I guess, first off, what are the qualifications for the program, the CHIP program?
So they're very similar to Medicaid for children. So we're going to look at income. The income thresholds are higher than Medicaid. So typically, if a family, what we do is when they apply, if they apply for Medicaid, we will evaluate them for Medicaid and CHIP at the same time. So if they don't qualify for Medicaid because the family's income is too high, we'll look at CHIP. But then it's a lot of the other standard requirements: residency, citizenship, age, of course. So it's a lot of the same requirements that you would see in Medicaid, and they have to meet all of those, in order to qualify. So for instance, if the child was not in an eligible citizenship status, even if from an income perspective they met the income threshold, they would not be eligible because they didn't meet the citizenship requirement.
It says here CMS's final rule that resulted in more children remaining on the program. So part of this 26 million is because of the final ruling from CMS?
It's the Consolidated Appropriations Act and a final rule, yes, but the items that stop the states from disenrolling children for non-payment of premium.
Okay, and it also said that part of this is going to be offset by lower Medicaid enrollment. Is that taken into consideration on the 26 million, or?
Well, they're two separate items in the, in the budget. So in caseloads, you're seeing a lower projection for Medicaid enrollment, which, has impact on that part of the budget. But so the 26 million is just specifically looking at CHIP. But I did want to be open about the fact that, yes, we missed the boat on the CHIP enrollment number estimates as we went through unwinding. We also were off on the Medicaid side as well. Now, to the Medicaid side, it's a lower caseload, which is to the state's, benefit if you have less members. But we were off on both sides of our estimate.
Right. I was just, when I read this, I'm thinking, well, is it 26 the new number after we subtracted what we saved on the Medicaid side, but that's not part of the consideration?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Senator Clues.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You talked about the application process. What is this like? Is that very lengthy compared to the SNAP one that was like 30-some pages?
Ours is very lengthy.
Yeah.
They,
So are you guys-
the CHIP they do the Medicaid application because by federal requirement, you have to be considered for Medicaid first. Okay. And then if you don't qualify, we consider you for CHIP. The Medicaid application, it's over 30 pages. So yes, it is very, very lengthy.
And then how's things going there as far as staff and people, walking individuals through this? Are you having any major issues at all?
I would say right now things have, from an error rate perspective, because we go through the same error rate perm that they do on the SNAP side, obviously different criteria, so they look at different things. Our error rate has stayed under 6%. But where we did see some issues during unwinding was none of our staff had done a renewal, because obviously those were put on hold during the PHE for 3 years. And so even our existing staff hadn't processed a renewal application in 3 years, and all of our new staff had never done it. So there was a lot of work up front by our team to do a lot of training and a lot of side-by-sides with our staff to stop our error rate from growing, while we were dealing with the fact that we knew we had a lot of people that were going to be touching things for the very first time. And, so I think we did a good job because we've kept our error rate consistent. Our goal is to be at 3% is where our goal is. That's that's actually the threshold in Medicaid, because as we kind of talk about error rates, CMS and Medicaid would like states to be at 97% accuracy. We typically right now run 94, 95% is where we're at. So, we've got a little bit of work to do. But I will reiterate what Secretary Howard said about automation. We're doing the same on the Medicaid side. There's a lot of things in Medicaid, like, again, you imagine having a 30-page application that you have a staff member keying. Well, I could transpose a number, I could type an address wrong. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, and there's technology out there now that will actually read the application and automatically enter it into the system. And we're looking at some of those same automations. The less touch points you have from humans, the better chance you have of setting that case up correctly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions,
Thank
thank you for being here. The next item that we have on the agenda is a review of the Rural Health Transformation Program. So I'd invite the Secretary of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Janet Stanek, to the committee. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I know that a couple of weeks ago, Secretary Howard covered for me and went over what the transformation grant was about. So I'm going to recap some of that and give you an update today. And then I'm going to talk about CMS's role in oversight, what the definition of rural and the demographics are, what our Kansas Rural Health Innovation Alliance members, who they are, what their role is, and then what we know so far about funding distribution, the timeline, and the uses and limitations of the money. So the purpose of the program, again, is a transformation program for health. I want to emphasize that it is not for hospitals only. It is for the healthcare delivery system. It's to help state governments support rural communities across America in improving the healthcare access, quality, and delivery of healthcare, and transforming that in the rural areas, focusing on promoting innovation, strategic partnerships, infrastructure development, and workforce investment. So KDHE, you know, is the lead agency. All of those terms, these were requirements by the CMS. So when I say those things, just so you know, we had to have a lead agency. CMS, the governor appointed KDHE as an agency. We have an interagency task force led by myself and Secretary Howard, and then we have our key personnel from both KDADS and KDHE on that for the state. We also have had great partners with the University of Kansas Healthcare Collaborative team. They supported and really did a great job helping with the application development and submission and getting our stakeholder engagement process going. The governor created I'm going to call it the KRHIA, the Alliance, and it convened a group of stakeholders to provide input on all of the initiatives that we wanted to consider in the plan. So the timeline, this is the tightest application ever. We had about 45 days, and this is like no other. It's a first. There are a lot of strings attached to this grant related to timeliness, compliance, ongoing monitor, et cetera. So you can see outlined on page 4 that timeline in September where it was submitted, all of the stakeholder meetings, and those were required. You had to really demonstrate that you had stakeholder engagement to CMS, which was strengthening our application. It was submitted November 4th, and on December 29th, per CMS's promise that every state would know by the 31st of December, we were awarded $221,898,000. It was basically 21 plus million ahead of what we asked for, and we were the 6th highest state awarded the money. There were many states that did not get the full $200 million, and I want to reemphasize, we were told by CMS to budget $200 million. So we did, and we got a little bit more. So then we had a CMS post-award follow-up meeting. We just got notified of this a couple of business days ago that they are going to meet with Kansas January 12th to tell us about our budget, what they're approving, and how we can use the money, because we had to do a very detailed budget to them and outline line item what we were going to do, when we were going to do it. Now we're going to find out what they have to say about that, whether we need to move money around, what they're going to support, et cetera. So that's January 12th, and then we are convening the KRHIA, our advisory group, to meet again on January 13th, the next day. Again, half of it was $25 billion to be distributed equally among approved applicants, and then the remaining was going to be on the fact that there were rural factors considered and the content and quality of the state's application. And again, we think we had a very strong application because we got more than we asked for. That is what for year 1, by the way. I want to emphasize that. The $200 million plus is for year 1. They have to be expended, those funds, in support of the initiatives that you outlined in your plan and that CMS approves by the end of the fiscal year. So right now, the timeline's so tight, we don't even have the money yet. We have to spend it by September 30th, the end of the fiscal year for year 1. So money out the door. There are a lot of progress reports, milestones that have to be met, and then they will be identifying non-compliance areas. And I don't want to have to read all this to you because I don't want to bore you, but you can see that there are many issues related to non-compliance, using funds for unapproved activities, failure to implement what you said you were going to, failure to submit the required reporting, and CMS is going to watchdog this is pretty good. This is probably the first grant we know of where we're going to be given money and states are threatened with, but we can pull it away from you very quickly as well. It's not once you get it, you keep it. That isn't how this one works. So then CMS has committed to, at least so far, to working with states to negotiate and monitor non-compliance. So if they find that we might be out of compliance with something that we submit a report on, we would have to say, well, here's how we plan to remediate that. And they would work with us, and they seem very open to wanting to work with states on committing to doing that. The definition of who's rural and who's not has come up multiple times, and there's a slide on page 6 that talks about, am I rural? The rural at the bottom there, if you plug into that website, you can put your county or your city, and it'll tell you whether you're rural. But there are some other caveats based on the HRSA, Health Resource Service Administration, that also has the rural health program, minus this grant. That's been around for years. It's how doctors, maybe the loan repayment for physicians that go work in a rural area. What's really rural? There are some cities and towns you'll plug in that'll say they're rural, but then there are other caveats like the census tract. So one thing we built into the application with all critical access hospitals were going to be considered rural. Now, whether CMS supports it, we don't know, but we believe we have a strong case there. So we are trying to make sure that any healthcare provider, and I'm careful to say that because it's not just hospitals again, can plug in there to say, am I really rural? We also feel like that there are projects, and that we'll give them the source. We are getting a solid answer. There is a website you can correspond with CMS, and they've been pretty timely with their responses to states. We're going to clarify that this is actually the source to define whether you're rural. I can tell you at this time, we know who's not rural, the counties. There are 5 of them for sure. Sedgwick, Shawnee, Douglas, Wyandotte, Johnson. Oh, Johnson. How did I miss Johnson? Oh, Johnson. Oh, sorry, Johnson County. The big one. So yes, we know they're not considered rural. We are also clarifying, you know, at some point, if we have a project that's going to go out statewide, and maybe there is a provider of health care that maybe isn't rural, but they are helping rural communities through an alliance or a extension or something they're doing, they're a partner, how does that impact them to get money to help with those projects? So at this time, I wish I had better solid answers, but it's very fluid, but this is the source we know right now. Plug in www.ruralhealthinfo.org, am I rural? On page 7 are the members of the Rural Health Innovation Alliance. And I think you're familiar with all of them. We've been so thankful for the time and energy and input they've given us to date. I wanted to reiterate what their role is. These were members appointed by the governor. Pre-grant award, they participated in input on the draft initiatives to be included in the state plans. After the grants award, which is now, but we don't have it in our hands, but we know what we're getting. They will serve as an advisory board to the state related to the grant and the execution on it. They will serve as the primary vehicle for ongoing stakeholder engagement. They, for example, if the hospital association being one of the members, if there are activities with one of the hospitals that we need to get better connected to, or maybe they're not doing what we thought they were going to do with the money, that they would, for example, help us work through that. They will meet no less than quarterly. They will get ongoing updates from the state, and they will assist in stakeholder collaboration, intervention, and facilitation as noted. On page 9, you can see the fund distribution. Those funding periods, again, December 31st to October 31st of 26 right now, December 31st of 25 to October 31st. Sorry, I gave you the wrong date. I said September. It's October 31st. We don't have that money yet. We expect we're going to get it in March. So we're even on a tighter timeline for this year. Again, hoping, because CMS has been so far so good to work with and responsive in answering questions, that there'll be some grace there for us. Every application process has to be renewed every year. So we have drafted out a 5-year plan for different initiatives. Some of them start individual projects at different points, and some of them carry through the whole way. So we have to adjust based on what the state says. We can't challenge the score they give us. We can't challenge the amount we're given, et cetera. And so right now, this is what we know. And again, we have the call with CMS on the 12th, so we might know more in a week. There's also a slide you've seen on page 10 that kind of talks about the budget period timeline. On page 11, we can talk again about the approved use of funds. Our plan's comprised of initiatives addressing 10 factors that were specified in the CMS Notice of Funding Opportunity, or NOFO, that were developed based on the stakeholder proposals and initiatives already underway in the state agencies. So population health and clinical infrastructure, health and lifestyle, rural provider strategic partnerships, emergency medical management services or medical services, talent recruitment, we all talk about workforce, right? Medicaid provider payment incentives, doing creative pay-for-performance type initiatives, accountable care organization, different ways to pay providers based on quality and payment and efficiency delivery. That was our code for. Dual eligible enrollment in integrated plan, that's Medicare, Medicaid. Remote care services, some of which is going on now, but how do we enhance them? Data infrastructure and consumer-facing technology, which are all things that are in the MAHA, Make America Healthy Again plan, which is part of MAGA. There are restrictions on page 12. These have been reiterated to a number of provider stakeholders, yet I would just say we continue to get asked about the same thing, about the use of the money. So you can see that administrative expenses, that's the cost of doing business, personnel, computers, whatever it might be, office setup. You cannot exceed 10% of whatever the total budget is. You can't use funds for new construction. Capital expenditures are capped at 20%. Clinical services presently reimbursed in another way cannot be supplanted with this money. There are payments for non-reimbursable clinical service capped at 15% of the total funding in any budget period. You're starting to see how much monitoring is going to need to be going on with this because it's very strict and restrictive. You can't change the payment amounts of existing fee schedules. And the list goes on. I want to save time for questions. I mean, you can kind of see basically trying to frame up for you how this grant works. I think it's going to be a great thing for Kansas, but we're going to need to manage it very tightly. So I'll stand for questions and see what you might have additionally compared to the last meeting.
Well, just the one thing the chairman of Ways and Means and I were talking about is the $220 million has to be spent by October 31st of this year.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's pretty quick.
This is a very unusual grant.
Do you know the rationale of why the Fed said to have it spent by that time? I mean, you said because of the budget year, I believe at one point, but.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's my guess, being a healthcare person, they really do want to see transformation, and it's like put your money where your mouth is. If you want to get the money, show us what you're going to do, state, in the rural area. That's what I think it is, but I don't know that for sure.
Because, I mean, I've expressed this to Senator Moran one time when we got the ARPA money, and I said, when you give us that much money to spend, we're going to make stupid decisions. And that's what I told him that. And I just hope, I'm not saying that that's going to happen here, but it's a very fast time frame to push $220 million out.
It is, and again, because CMS is going to be with us every step of the way, it's not like they're going to give it to us and say good luck. They are going to make sure we're spending it, and not on the stupid things, on the things. That's why we listed all the
criteria.
That
was one thing.
Yeah, and we have a governance structure over it.
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
I think that we quickly put together that governance structure, and that I don't know that there's going to be a lot of room to make, wild mistakes or buy something that, or invest in something that really doesn't give us a return in the rural areas. We know where our issues are. We know that we need to get care to those people, and it can be very exciting while also being very intimidating, right?
Yeah, because, I mean, we've all lived through CARES 1, CARES 2 on ARPA, and ARPA had no guardrails on it, or if they did, very little. So I'm glad that the feds did put some restrictions on this money, and they'll be monitoring it to make sure that it's not spent unwisely, like I feel like some of the ARPA dollars were. Senator Petty.
I have a couple of questions. One, you said that this is just 1 year. There's no guarantees that this 5-year funding that we would get year 2
We have to reapply every year.
every year, which that seems that that puts some caps on the kind of initiatives when it comes to like attracting staff, because it's only going to be for 1 year, but that's my thinking. I'm just curious on this funding restrictions. It says cannot pay specialists located in urban areas to provide telehealth services for rural residents. So if you already have a specialist that's in an urban area, they can't do telehealth. You can't pay them for that.
We're getting that clarified. Actually, it's an interesting statement they make because a lot of the telehealth providers do come from the specialty hospitals like a KU to somewhere. And I fail to remember what our clarification on that is, but that has been an FAQ question, a frequently asked question. So let me get back to you on that one.
Okay, and then the second one is on number 12. It says cannot use funds to pay clinicians' salaries or wages supports for facilities that subject clinicians to non-competes. So explain to me what that means.
So a non-compete clause would, a lot of times it would get them out of a non-compete where someone would jump ship within, and break a non-compete. A lot of times that's within, somebody might not be able to go within a 60-mile radius of where they are currently. They break the contract or whatever. So I think they mean that you can't use this to get somebody out of that contract.
Gotcha. And then my last question has to, I thought there were 2 pots of money. One was for this, and I'm trying to understand, in the initial application, one was for special projects and one was for just the overall application. Is that wrong or is that right? Or
There was 2 pots, one evenly distributed, one for more competitive. It wasn't really broken out that way. I just know that we ended up getting more, the 21 million more.
Okay, so with this $221 million, right, that you got, that's from both pots?
All of it,
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I want to come back to the idea that Kansas and Iowa are tied for the second most critical access hospitals in the United States, and that some of those hospitals have a catchment area of only 5,000 people. And even with that, we still see the consumers going to KU Medical Center for cancer treatments. They're going to Hayes, Wichita, Topeka to get those critical care that they cannot get anywhere else. And if they could get elsewhere, it would blow the budget out of the sky because those types of specialists, that type of equipment, and so forth. So if we have rural users that are going into larger areas for those types of critical care, are those hospitals eligible for any of these funds, considering that they have a large percentage of their patients that are choosing, or consumers that are choosing to come here for those types of services?
No. Like KU? No.
Okay, I actually think that we're going to be wasting a lot of money, but that's just.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry, ma'am. One of the things, for example, and it's a lofty goal, I'm going to give you an example. One of the objectives of this is for you to place specialists in a community to live permanently. Let me just start there. They want to say, get that pulmonologist and put them out in a rural Kansas community, that they live there, that they relocate there, that they're not visiting every, twice a month, like some of the maybe orthopedic surgeons and the specialists do now. This federal government is very big, for example, in this grant on wanting you to recruit, retain, house people in the rural areas to keep them there. The idea would be that you keep care close to home. That's also why the technology piece. Now, obviously, you can't do all technology isn't going to solve all the intense cancer delivery, for example, that you'd get at a KU or something. But this is a very big push on workforce and what you're going to do to get people to live in those communities. I'm just sharing that as an example.
Well, just one final comment is I'm extremely concerned that we have some hospitals that have 5,000 in their catchment area, and I don't think that's sustainable. I think that this is going to be, after 10 years, going to be more devastating because they will not be able to survive without this. So I hope that there will be some auditing of how these funds will be used. The federal government is not going to be able to oversee all the great decisions that we hope that are made, but it is very concerning, and I agree with the chair's comments about, I just don't see how this is going to successfully end.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, there's always good and bad to a first, right? And this is a first, but what choice do we have other than to apply to try to get the money, to try to help? And I have some hope that because it is a first, that CMS is kind of learning along with, they are, right? They're learning along with those that applied. So I think they will be more apt to help negotiate and understand and be sympathetic and empathetic to what states are going through in these rural areas to get a delivery system in there and work, and hopefully continue to help us amend if we put a plan in and it's not working, or we need to change course or something like that, that they are amenable to that and work with us like they say they're going to. And in some ways, I don't know that they wouldn't have a choice because it's new to them too, and it's a first. So I'm gonna be optimistic and think they will be working with states to the level that they said they were going to, and Kansas will make this work the first year to the best of our ability.
And going back to Representative Williams' question and then your answer, that was what was explained to me as well, is the money really doesn't follow the patient. So like where I live in a rural area, so if somebody has to be life watched, they're life watched to Via Christi in Wichita, this money would not follow that rural patient to Via Christi because they're in a metropolitan designated area.
That's correct. That's what we know today. Now,
It
now
could
when
change.
they say that, yeah. So like this is what a lot of the questions are going to be. I would just tell you we're on a lot of national calls. We're going to meetings. We're networking with other states. We are in the same boat as anyone else, but I think it's good that states stay together, have the same sources of frequently asked questions. CMS has been at a lot of the meetings, representation. The answers are as good as they can be so far. I'm actually more excited about next week to see how our one-on-one call goes with them. They've given us 30 minutes to review our budget, and so we will have more information after that time. So happy to update you on that once we find out, okay? And we might have some more information on how this might work. So,
Right. All right. Thank you very much for being here, Madam Secretary.
Thank you for hearing us out. Mhm.
Next, we have Sherry Massey, the Executive Director of the State 911 Board, to give us an update on the State 911 Board. Sherry.
I'll be all right without it, I think. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. As you said, I'm Sherry Massey. I'm the Executive Director for the State 911 Board, and I want to give you guys just a brief kind of explanation of what the State 911 Board does. It's a frequent question that I get. Maybe? There we go. So that is what we do. We operate solely off of special revenue funds, 911 fees specifically. We monitor the 911 services from the phone company where a customer is going to get their phone service to dial 911, all the way to the 911 center or public safety answering point that is going to take that 911 call. That's kind of our area of expertise there. We manage the hosted solution, which is a next generation 911 capable phone system that is used by the majority of the state. And we oversee 911 fee collection and distribution. We also do statewide coordination to do our very best to reduce costs and to strengthen 911 services across Kansas. So HB 2690, not last session, but the session before that, made a change to our structure, moving us to a state agency. The move happened in two stages. The first was July 1st of 2025, where we officially became a state agency, and the second was a few days ago, where the final funding that had been in private bank accounts was moved into the state treasury, as well as the final responsibilities of fee distribution moved from the local collection point administrator or contractor to the agency staff. So the transition has taken some time because there was quite a bit to do, but we are very close to being done. All vehicles, all staff, and all contracts have been moved into state systems, just getting things tagged, getting things handled, making sure that we are actually going to be able to appropriately not only pay all of our bills, but report on those payments as well. The fee collection, the 911 fee collection from telephone providers is still with the contractor that began it, and we will go to RFP this year for a separate contract to only do that fee collection. We have a plan in place for the first distributions. So the distribution of 911 fees to the 911 centers across the state is an obligation of the board. And historically, it's been handled by a private contractor, and it will be handled through state accounting and through agency staff starting January 15th. So we have a strong plan in place. Several of the offices have been working very closely with us to examine different options of how this might happen. And we think we have a really solid starting point, but we'll see on January 16th if everybody agrees. So on December 29th, officially, all of the funding, with the exception of outstanding balances, moved from private bank accounts into the state treasury. That was approximately $53 million that made its way across. That was successful, and we have a small cleanup transfer that will happen probably at the end of the first quarter. The money that is currently in those private checking accounts still, which is just a few $1,000s, is to cover outstanding checks. And then also for any unexpected chargebacks, things like that, that might happen in the short term. So I said that all staff have moved over. We have one independent contractor remaining. That independent contractor is our current technical lead. In December, I started the process of opening the position to replace that contractor with a staff member. That staff member was included in the 2026 approved budget and will be in the 27 budget that you'll see. But we're just now getting to the point where we kind of have the bandwidth to be able to open the position and begin that hire. That should give them plenty of time to overlap with the contractor before his contract ends. So one of the things that happened over the course of the time since HB 2690 passed to now is that procurement assisted us by giving extensions to a couple of our contracts so that we did not have to go to RFP in the middle of this process for contracts. And so that means that we have several RFPs that'll be coming up in the next year, including that fee collection one I was talking about. So I feel like everything is going really well. We have not hit any major speed bumps along the way. And so far, we've met all of the timelines that were set by the statute and the expectations that were given to us by the board. So that is my basic report. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Sherry. So how did everything function before the state created the 911 board?
Before there was a 911 coordinating council, you mean before 2012, or you mean before this
before
year?
before 2012.
Oh, so what happened before that was that there was a wireless advisory board. So 911 fees went into a grant pot. There were some 911 fees that went straight to local PSAPs or local 911 centers. And then another portion of them went to the wireless advisory board grants. And the reason all of this kind of shifted back when 911 first kind of got going, that local money was wireline, right? Your phone line into your house. And most of the money was there. As wireless began to take over wireline, that grant fund got bigger and bigger, and the local income was smaller and smaller because of the wireline usage going down, if that makes sense. So really everything changed in 2012 in order to account for that shifting of how finances worked.
Committee, any questions for Sherry? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you clarify why the board has a 23% of the budget? I'm sure there are other, maybe it's on here, slide 2.
Yep.
But just kind of clarify.
Yeah, so statutorily, there is a 90-cent fee that is on every subscriber phone line. And the 23 cents, 66 cents of that goes into the fund that goes out to the 911 centers. 1 cent goes into a grant fund for emergency grants for those 911 centers. And all of that is expended through local aid. However, the 23 cents comes to the board for the purposes of centralizing technology and dealing with our regulatory and administrative obligations around the fees. The big bite of it, though, is to be able to purchase technology centrally rather than doing it 119 times the way we have done historically. And that has been an enormous cost savings. Based on the estimates that we've been able to put together, Next Generation 911 would be in excess of 50% more expensive if everybody did it by themselves. So we use that money to offset costs. The local 911 centers pay a usage fee for using our phone system, but the board actually covers more than half the cost of the system out of that 23 cents.
Representative Williams.
Thank you. That really helps. I guess when it comes to the budgeting process, do you include the administrative as, for example, 9% and the technology? Do you break it out so that we understand that? And if not, it would be just a recommendation so it doesn't look like your overhead is 23%.
Oh, absolutely. Can you put the slides back up for me so I can get to the right one? Thank you. Okay. Most of this is budget-centric, which I didn't think you guys would really want to go through. There we go. So this is the breakdown of the 911 fee and explains that 23 cents. But if you go to the next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, we're a couple off. Oh, but I have it now, yay. This one is one I was trying to get to. So this is my breakdown for the operations fund. So the operations fund is that 23 cents. That's all the operations fund is. The operations fund budget goes to the hosted solution. That's the big blue part of the pie, $12.9 million in our budget this year. Another approximately $2 million this year, $1.9 million, will be for GIS data. And the reason that is so high is because every 3 years we fly aerial imagery across the state. And this happens to be that year. We have $1.2 million, and again, all of this is from the 23 cents. We have $1.2 million that goes to PSAP support. And what I mean by PSAP support is the assistance that we provide PSAPs with everything from the trainings and meetings that we put together to the staff members that provide assistance to them, helping them with their expenditure reporting and regulatory obligations, and the learning management system and training that we offer. And then the last piece on there is the administrative expenses of the board, the $645,000. Does that help? Okay.
Any other questions for Sherry? All right, see none?
Wonderful.
Hey, thank you.
you.
Thank you for the update. Next, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, and that's going to be an update on the sports wagering. So I'd ask that Stephen Durrell, the Executive Director with the Kansas Lottery, come to committee. Welcome to committee, Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. You guys have had a long day. Good afternoon, everybody. It was my understanding we were going to talk mostly today about the Attracting the Professional Sports Franchise to Kansas Fund. So I'm going to start with that. If you have any additional questions about lottery in general, we're still putting together our numbers for end of year, and but I can answer questions about lottery in general if you would like. Let's start with how the Attracting Professional Sports to Kansas Fund works. Back in 2022, Senate Bill 84 created the fund, and it was designed to help pay bond obligations for any construction based on star bond issued for those particular purposes. There are two different revenue streams into this fund as of right now. Right now, each year, 10% of sports wagering revenues retained by the state, commonly referred to as the state tax on sports wagering, even though it isn't that. The first $750,000 of that money goes into a white-collar crime fund, and then the second, though the remaining funds, 80% of those go into the professional sports fund. And then in the beginning of the fiscal year, June 30th of 2025, the lottery transfers to the state general fund in excess of $71.49 million were also directed into the professional sports fund. So cumulatively, as of July 1st of 2025, fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, you can see the amounts that were placed into the fund. So currently we're about $26 million in that fund so far. For the upcoming, for when we did consensus revenue in fiscal year 2025 in the fall last year, we estimated that there's going to be about a $21.4 million contribution from all sources for next year, for 25. For fiscal year 2027, there's going to be about a $23.8 million, $11.8 million which comes from sports wagering, and $12 million comes from additional lottery revenues. We are obviously watching to see how any number of different factors are going to affect sports wagering revenues in the state. I know that that's a big interest to the legislature. It was last session, and so we will see how any number of different factors, economy, Missouri adding sports wagering to their portfolio, any number of those things could affect us, and we'll talk more about that. We also added, as you know, last year in February of last year, iLottery, which has really helped buoy our bottom line. In calendar year of 25, we added about $14.2 million. Projected calendar year 26 will be an additional 23, almost 24 million, and then in calendar year 27 there will be about 34.5 million in addition to ordinary lottery revenues. So that's where the sports wagering fund, that's how it's filled, and that's where we are and projected to be going forward. So are there any questions I can answer for you, Mr. Chairman?
If you could just go through the parameters behind the fund again, because the chairman and I were just kind of discussing this.
Okay.
I think some had thought, okay, we attracted a professional sports team.
We have, yes.
So was that a cash incentive that I thought you said, or maybe I read somewhere in here that it actually goes to help pay back the bond?
That was the original intent of that bill, and I don't know where we earn it, you guys spend it. That's how we operate. So I'm not sure exactly how all the parameters. I was not involved in the star bonds discussion with the professional sports team. I don't know.
So when we passed sports wagering, that language was in
yes.
for the fund?
Yes, it was the original sports wagering fund. I believe the 80% to the professional sports team fund was a last-minute addition, and but it still made it into the bill, and that's where it was originally. So it's still in there. And the contracts for all the casinos reflect that for the 5-year period that we have a contract with them. Those will expire next year.
Okay. Representative Williams.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So on item number 2, so post 2025, it looks like we're going to have increased projected revenues, maybe $20 million when we
Yes.
jump. Okay, so all of that money, is that going to go into the professional sports fund?
Based on what was passed in 2025, or for fiscal year 25, yes, ma'am. Those monies are supposed to go into that fund.
And since, Mr. Chair, we have, to your point, attracted a team, I think it would be important due diligence for our committees to review how this was statutorily put into place, because I think we all want to have accountability for that money.
Well, and Stephen, you had mentioned that contracts with the casino managers expires next year.
The contract for sports wagering.
Sports wagering, yes.
Sports wagering expires. The casino contracts go for another additional, anywhere from 10 to 15 years. And then of course, the privilege fee extension privilege ends in 2031, which is, when I started this job, was a really long way away, and now it's not quite as far as it was.
Not too far away now.
Yeah.
So going back to Representative Williams' question, with the sports wagering with the casino managers.
Yes.
And that expiring next year, can that be a discussion topic?
I think that there was certainly discussion last year, and certainly some of the committees, about what the structure of the agreements with the casinos were with the sports wagering platforms. Anything that the legislature chooses to make changes of in that bill is certainly in the purview of the legislature. So the only thing really that's binding the casinos and the sports wagering platforms right now are those agreements, and when they come up for and where the money goes from those agreements is always in the purview of the legislature. So that doesn't change. How monies are distributed or divided between sports wagering, that's a different discussion. I mean, that's between the casino managers and the sports wagering platforms and the state. How that money is divided is probably bound by contract until it expires. But what you guys do with the money that's earned through that is up to you guys.
All right. Any further questions for Stephen? All right. See none. All right. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
Well, committee, that was pretty much the last item that we had on the agenda. We do have a line here for recommendations, and I don't know if any members had any recommendations when we return next week for the start of the 2026 legislative session. I'm not seeing any recommendations. All right. Representative Williams?
We'll just wait.
All right, we'll just wait. All right, then we are adjourned for our meeting, and we will see all of you guys back on Monday.